Good morning, good morning. Please take your seats.
Yes.
So, welcome everybody. I'm looking at the room to see if everybody is in or they did a crash action in the bar last night and couldn't make it. So I think some of you recuperated quite well, and some of you, well, we have to look in the afternoon where they're coming in. So thank you all for being here and welcome back. And I hope you had a really nice evening last night on the boat. I think it went quite superb. We had everything. We had food, we had dancing, we had singing. The latter part I didn't know of, but we have some really good voices in the room. So maybe we make recording on the CCCF next year. So thank you for this and your enthusiasm, but also thanks to Thailand to have this organized because it was well done, and I'm really pleased with it. Oh, yes. So thank you all. Well, this morning we will work until 12:30. In the tentative agenda, you will see that we have a in-session working group for data analysis, but we did it yesterday, and I promised you that you have free at lunch, so you don't have a program at lunch, so you will be off from 12:30 to 14:30, so you can, I can see European Union.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it's true that we had yesterday an in-session working group and that we could finalize the main document, but in principle there are still some open standing issues, and so I regret to say that the lunch will be anyway maybe shorter, that it would be appropriate to have another half an hour in-session working group to conclude on two items on the main document, and then some general discussion on the annexes and the topics for further discussion. But of course, it can also be done in plenary if that is the wish. But thank you.
Well, I make promises, and I would like to keep those. So I think we will be doing this in plenary, and I will get back to you in the time frame in plenary, because then also the time frame in plenary will be somewhat, well, we discussed for the time frame in plenary. So I keep the promise, you're off at lunch. So it is actually, you can get still into the Flow restaurant with your badge, but you're welcome to run around all kinds of streets here, because we got all kinds of restaurants. If you would like to go out, you're welcome to do so either. We will start the session, and we will start the session with item number 7. So the item number 7 is sampling plans for total aflatoxins and ochratoxins in certain spices, but I get a wave. So we need to check the internet connection because the document has been presented by India, Dr. Subarich, who will come in online. So we have to check internet. So please bear with us. Barbados, I can see you have your hand raised. Would you please care for giving a comment? So we are trying to get the connection with Dr. Subarich for the presentation for item 7, but we cannot reach him yet. So we are trying to reach him, so we're shifting the agenda and we're starting with item number 9, the revision of the Code of Practice for the Prevention and Reduction of Aflatoxin Contamination in Peanuts. currently sitting at step 4. And Brazil will please take the floor to give us a presentation. And I like to note that there has been a COD 31, which has all the revisions up so far. Please, Brazil, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Larissa. I work from the Brazilian Health Regulatory Agency, and I go through the conclusions of the electronic working group and the physical working group on the revision of the Code of Practice for the prevention and reduction of aflatoxin contamination in peanuts. Giuseppe, I just wait to have the presentation on the screen. Next slide, please. CCCF18 agreed to start a new work on the revision of the Code of Practice for the prevention and reduction of aflatoxin contamination in peanuts, and to forward the project document to the 47th session of the Codex Alimentarius Commission for approval, and also agreed to establish an electronic working group chaired by Brazil and co-chaired by India to prepare a revised COP for comments and consideration by CCCF18. CAC 47 approved this new work. Next slide, please. The work process of the electronic working group was to circulate 2 drafts of the document, and we received comments from Australia, Cabo Verde, Canada, Costa Rica, Indonesia, Iran, Japan, the Netherlands, Nigeria, and the United States of America. The result of the electronic working group was published as CCCF25/18/9, which was circulated for comments as a circular letter 2025/13CF. In response to this circular letter, we received comments from Canada, Chile, Ecuador, Egypt, Ghana, Japan, Indonesia, Iran, Kenya, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, UAE, in the United States, which are compiled in Addendum 1. Based on the comments received and also as CRD documents, we published a CRD 09 with some modifications that were presented in track changes. This document was the base for the discussion on the physical working group on Sunday 22, and the report of this physical working group is published as CRD 31. Next slide, please. So the key points of discussions that were considered in the physical working group is to agree on the expansion of the scope so it can be considered at the national level. 2 definitions were included, density flotation and winnowing. There were some concerns about roasting as being a measure that can reduce aflatoxin contamination in peanuts. A sentence was proposed to be added in a paragraph that mentioned the need to label products as destined for further processing of ready-to-eat peanuts. And this sentence was not well received in the physical working group, and we revised literature on roasting of peanuts, which will need high temperatures to reduce aflatoxin. There are also concerns that this roasting cannot, in fact, link aflatoxin to the matrix, and then it can be liberated in vivo afterwards. So we decided to remove this roasting section instead of adding a sentence. The concern of biopesticides related to climate change were deleted from paragraph 23, and a generic mention on paragraph 11 was added. There was some concerns related to how farmers could manage and handle the concerns that were in paragraph 23, and in paragraph 11 we have the need that authorities approve products and biopesticides were added in this paragraph. The relation between the use of biofertilizers and peanut yield was removed, and it is not directly correlated with aflatoxin production. We know that more the peanut is health, we expect less aflatoxin production, but there is no direct link proven by scientific research, so we prefer not to add this information at the moment. A paragraph on pod separation after drying has been added to clarify handling precaution just after paragraph 34, and section dry blanching was replaced by blanching, as wet blanching could also be used by some countries. Next slide, please. So the conclusions that all relevant revisions had been made based on the current information at hand, and the revised COPs for consideration and advancement in the step process. The revised COP is presented in Appendix 1 of CRD 31 with track changes for consideration with reference that support the revision listed in Appendix 2. CCCF is invited to consider removing section 7.7, roasting, and paragraph 66 based on the information provided in CRD 33 and 31 and explained here. And we also would like to add that we saw some CRD documents presented today, and we believe that they were already considering CRD 31. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Brazil, and also for all the work done so far. It was co-chaired by India, so also thank you, India, for your co-chairing on this work. I would like to see if we can agree on the recommendation made by Brazil to approve the proposed draft code of practice for the prevention and reduction of aflatoxin contamination in peanuts as described in CRD 31. So for this, we need to go through the document paragraph per paragraph or section by section in order to agree on the text. But before doing so, I would like to see that we can agree that this COP can be advanced. Yes, so for this, we go now to the text in detail, and I would like to see what kind of intervention we still need to make to have this document adopted. So can the text be presented on screen? Thank you. Hopefully it's visible for you all to see. So we are now at this page, and I think we can go continue. So this is the first introduction. Then to the scope, you can see all the amendments in track changes, definitions, the general recommendation, so we're now at paragraph 15, 16. We now go by pre-harvest. We go to harvest. Love the pictures though. Japan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As for paragraph 34 bis, in the first sentence, the term vines is used. However, as this term does not appear elsewhere in this document, we propose replacing vines with pegs.
So what do you replace it with? Vines,
Replace pigs.
pigs. Is this correct, Japan? Yeah? Can Brazil, is Brazil in accordance with this? Yes? Or do you say wait? Wait.
Não tem.
So the pack, you have pack in your definition, yet you do not have vine in your definition.
Yeah. In fact, as we can see in the pictures, PEG is
A immature form.
an immature form of the plant, and vines is the plant formed afterwards. So it's the whole plant.
So do you say you need to have the whole plant in the sentence, so that's vine is in there?
Yeah.
Okay. So Japan, Brazil states that the whole plant and not only the pack is being considered in this sentence. So that's why it states vine. Could you clarify why you would like to have it only on a pack in this sentence? Please, Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vine makes misleading because scientifically pegs does not bind. So we propose use pegs.
Brazil?
Okay, we can live with that.
Okay, we put in pegs. Thank you. Then we continue. I can see USA. Please, USA, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. We also have a comment on 34 bis. Suggests that the word windrow be put before drying, just for clarity. So once the windrow drying is done, windrow drying is used in the previous paragraph, so it would be consistent with that.
Please, could you repeat it so we can find the proper sentence?
Yes, once the windrow drying is done, so the word windrow, W-I-N-D-R-O-W, once the windrow drying is done. Thank you.
Okay. Brazil? Yes, Brazil also agrees with this. Thank you. Any other? No? Then we can continue. So we move to the next paragraph. So we are now at segregation of aflatoxin contaminated lots. storage of off-shelf peanuts, of in-shelf peanuts, sorry. Receiving and shelling. Sorting. Dry balancing.
No, blanching.
Oh, blanching, sorry. Roasting. Oh. Going really fast. We are now at risk management for aflatoxin control in peanut chain. The last paragraph. No?
So we need to remove roasting, right? Because that is one of in the recommendation.
So we agreed to remove roasting, what was in the recommendation. Yes? And we are now going to Appendix 2, which is actually the information.
This will disappear.
And this will disappear, I hear. Okay. So, without further ado, I think we are in agreement with the text. I look at my screen whether we have anybody else on Zoom. No? So, I'm going to the conclusion. I conclude that with these revisions, we approve the revision of the Code of Practice for the prevention and reduction of aflatoxin contamination in peanuts, and to forward this COP to CAC18 for adoption at step 5.8. Thank you. And thank you, Brazil and India, for the hard work done. We have a good product there. Thank you. Always nice to get work done. So regarding the discussion yesterday on the ML of peanuts, this is the code of practice which is going out in the world and asking you to have ensurement on implementation so that we get good data for the next ML discussion in the upcoming future. So for the reminder of our plenary, you are the ones who are actually focusing and can tell everybody out there. For this, then can we return to item number 7? Is Dr. Suberich online, Gisette? Yes? That's great. So we go to item number 7, the sampling plans for total aflatoxin and ochratoxin A in certain spices. And Dr. Suberich has prepared a presentation. Please have the presentation running, and Dr. Suberich, you can commence to address plenary. And to remind plenary, you can find the proposed draft sampling plan, which is included in CRD 32. So there is also sitting in the recommendation for Dr. Suberich to plenary. So, Dr. Suberich, we see you talking, but we can't hear you. So, could you check the microphone? So for your information, the plenary has started in Zoom, but we were trying to get our plenary also to connect it with the Zoom discussion. So please bear with us.
Hello. They're sending in the chat message.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Great. We get a little bit of an echo. I love my voice, but not that much. So I give you the floor and I get my microphone off.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Thank you. Can you put the presentation, please? Yeah. Can you share the presentation, please? I can hear you.
Yes, you can go ahead.
Yeah. Can you put the presentation, please? PPT. Can you project the presentation? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. The present agenda is on sampling plan and numeric performance criteria for methods of analysis for total aflatoxin and aflatoxin A in certain spices. Our focus was on the advancement and consideration regarding the sampling plan and analysis of these significant contaminants in spices, a matter of great importance for food safety and international trade standards. As of today, there were 14 Codex standards published for spices in the CCCF18 committee. All of these standards lack a sampling plan. To make those standards complete and for future works, this sampling plan is pivotal. So can you go to the first slide? Yeah, thank you. To provide some background, the 17th session of Codex Committee on Contaminants in Food identified a pressing need to develop a specific sampling plan and robust method performance criteria. This was particularly crucial for the analysis of total aflatoxin and aflatoxin A in selected spices, specifically nutmeg, dried chili, and paprika. These mycotoxins pose significant health risk, and ensuring accurate and representative sampling in diverse spice matrices present a unique challenge. Recognizing this complexity, the committee re-established the electronic working group chaired by India to thoroughly review existing issues and further refine the sampling plan. The revised sampling plan was subsequently circulated as for comments, as is now before CCCF18 for consideration. The EWG mandate was clear to finalize the sampling plan, ensuring its consistency with Codex guidance and the general standards for contaminants in foods and feed. This involved the careful consideration, considering the commodity's value, the practicality of implementation, and establishing precise numeric performance criteria for analytical methods. The electronic working group comprises, can you go to second slide, please? Next slide. The electronic working group comprising 17 member countries diligently conducted its work through 2 rounds of consultation. The first draft received valuable comments from Indonesia, Thailand, and USA, while the second draft benefited from input from Brazil, Indonesia, and USA. A comprehensive summary of these comments is detailed in Appendix 2 of the main document. The EWG operated virtually, utilizing an online forum, with the first draft circulated in October 2024 and comments collected until December 2024. Second draft was then circulated in January 2025 with the deadline for further comments in February 2025. So can you go to next slide? Yeah. The key points of discussion is that, moving on to key points of discussion, the key aspects of the EWG work included a comparative analysis of sampling methods used in cereals, nuts, and dried fruits, and an evaluation of analytical precision and recovery standards. The group also considered the practical implications for developing countries and small exporters. The revised draft sampling plan reflects these extensive discussions and incorporates suggestions from member countries, particularly concerning sample weights, analytical precision, and structure of the sampling tables. Significant changes include clearer definitions of subblock structures, improved alignment of incremental and aggregate sample size across different particle types, and revision to analytical performance criteria based on established Codex and international standards. One notable discussion point revolved around the proposed increase in incremental sample weight for larger particle spices from 100 grams to 200 grams, aimed at improving representativeness. However, the proposal was not adopted as CCCF17 had all previously decided to maintain a minimal weight due to a high value of spices, and also comments from some members. Another important aspect was the syntax corrections in tables to avoid overlapping definitions in lot weight ranges, such as changing greater than 10 to less than 15 tons to greater than 10 to less than 15 tons, which was accepted for clarity. Later, further, it was changed to the value of less than 15, further changed it to less than 25 to maintain
Dr.
continuity.
Sorry. Could you speak somewhat slower and a little bit off the microphone, because our translator having difficulty to translate it in French and Spanish. So if you could slow down and a little bit further away from the microphone. Thank you.
For powdered spices, the value of 40 grams for incremental samples was removed and 80 grams was adopted based on scientific input and member comments. Consequently, aggregate sample weights in table 5 and 6 were updated to range of 0.24 to 4 kilograms, reflecting the revised incremental sample weight and ensuring consistency across sampling plan for powdered forms. Regarding analytical method performance, proposed changes to method precision to less than 20% and recovery or to 70 to 120% were not adopted. This decision was based on the lack of alignment with internationally accepted ranges, with current values of less than or equal to 44% precision and 60 to 115% recovery being deemed more realistic for low contaminant levels, consistent with EU regulations and Codex practice. Also, a significant addition was the inclusion of a separate maximum level of 15 micrograms per kilogram for aflatoxin B1 in table 7, recognizing its higher toxicity and aligning with international practices. Later, it was removed as it is not within the scope of the discussion, and also as per the decision of the 11th session CCF para 118 and comments submitted as CRDs. Finally, we had a discussion with the member countries on Sunday, and there were some changes proposed, which was also included in the document. Like members pointed out, a discrepancy in table 1, last row, where the aggregate sample weight was initially listed as 10 kg. This was revised to 1 to 10 kg to reflect the variable number of incremental samples. After including all the comments, the draft was submitted yesterday to the Codex Secretariat. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, next slide, please. We have finished it. I think we have discussed it. Next slide, please. Yeah. So these are all the conclusions. Let's summarize the key conclusions and revisions. Firstly, a significant adjustment was made to lot weight category. The previous less than 15 tons was revised to less than 25 tons in both table 1 and table 2. This change was crucial to ensure logical continuity within the sampling plan and to eliminate any gaps in defined weight ranges, providing a more seamless and accurate framework for lot classification. Secondly, for both large and small particle sizes, the 100-gram incremental sample weight has been retained. This decision is consistent with the previous CF decisions. An appropriate sample size for these types of spices, balancing representativeness with the practical considerations of handling high-value commodities. Thirdly, regarding powdered spices, there were notable updates. The initial value of 40 grams for incremental samples was removed. Instead, 80-gram incremental sample was adopted. This change was a direct result of scientific input and the feedback received from member countries. Consequently, the aggregate sample weights in table 5 and 6 were updated to a range of 0.24 to 4 kilograms, reflecting the revised incremental sample weight and ensuring consistency across the sample plan for powdered forms. Finally, emblem value of 15 microgram per kilogram for AFB1, that is aflatoxin B1, was removed in table 7. The decision reaffirms that only total aflatoxins or AFT are to be considered for regulatory purpose, aligning with endorsement from CCF11. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. This comprehensive work and the refinements to the sampling plans and performance criteria would have not been possible without the dedicated efforts of electronic working group members. Their diligent work through multiple rounds of consultation and inputs from various member countries have been instrumental in bringing these critical updates. I extend my sincere gratitude to all the participating member countries for their valuable contributions and collaborative spirit. Thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I will continue, and like if we can agree on the revisions made to this sampling plan. The recommendation was by India made was to invite CCCF18 to forward the sampling plan to CCC18 for adoption, but it first needs to be ready for discussion and endorsement in CCC-MUS before we can send it off to CAC48. So I think it's ready, but we need to check with plenary, and if we can agree to send it off to CC-MUS. Before we go paragraph by paragraph, are we in agreement to send it to CCMAS? Yes, we are. So with this, we go to the document itself. Thank you. Is this the start of the document? So you can have the document here. It was already published in CRD 32, if you want to look at it on your own screen. And we go from table to table, probably. Table 1. So we go to table 2. I see the European Union, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As regards table 1, we acknowledge that this was the outcome of the discussions in the physical working group, and we accepted that this is forwarded as such to CCMAS. But we would like to have reported that the EU would have preferred that the incremental sample size would be 200 grams instead of 100 grams, and this in line with what has been previously agreed for the sampling plan for aflatoxins in tree nuts. And given that nutmeg and large particle size spices have the same particle size and same pattern of heterogeneity of contamination as tree nuts, it would have been preferable to align it. But as I said, and as already highlighted also by the chair of India, that indeed it was agreed to keep it at 100 because of the high value of spices. But I would like to have that reported into the report. Thank you.
Thank you. It will be noted in the report. I have Japan. Japan, please go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Japan proposed, as for table 2, Japan proposed replacing the text below table 2 with text similar to the decision rule on the total aflatoxins used in the CCCF18 CXS193. Our proposal is follows. If aflatoxin test result is less than or equal to Codex maximal levels, then accept the lot. Otherwise, eject the lot, full stop. It's a similar text with sampling plan for aflatoxin in the GSCTFF, and we propose adding same text under the section B and section C. Thank you.
So we write the proposed text from Japan on the screen. We check it with the document GSTFF and to see whether we can make an agreement on the texting. So please bear us. So I Can I continue?
Yeah, you can continue, but I need to take notes at the same time.
So I'm taking 2 minutes for the check. So please have 2 minutes rest. Japan, you have raised a text. Is this text in accordance?
Yes, it's okay. And we add same text under section B and section C.
So it's repeated in B and C. Okay, I'm also looking at Dr. Subaric. Is it okay for you, Dr. Subaric, the text being proposed by Japan?
After the analytical test, means that after taking the samples, after the laboratory samples taken and after the test, right? Japan?
Japan, Dr. Subaric asks a question. Does he need to repeat it for you? Could you repeat, Dr. Subaric?
Yeah. Actually, my question is that this text, this rejection of lot comes after the sampling plan, and after sampling is done, and after the analytical results are delivered, the lot is rejected or not is confirmed based on the analytical test report. Is that right, Japan? That's what my question is.
Japan, did you get the question right?
Yes, test work is conducted to a laboratory sample, and decision was done after analytical test on laboratory samples.
So could you repeat that, because there is some echo on the line, so we're trying to see whether you answer the question of Dr. Subaric, and Subaric can also hear you.
Decision was made after analytical test on laboratory samples. It is usual procedure for decision rule. It's answered Chair's question.
So Dr. Suberich, Japan made this comment because it's a usual procedure for the sampling. So it's not anything specific, but it's just sitting there to remind us of this specific item. So is this in accordance with your view?
Just I want to check the relevance of this text for the sampling plan. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you for accepting the text. Thank you for Japan. So we will continue with the document. Oh, sorry, Indonesia. Just wait. Indonesia has also a hand raised. Please, Indonesia, you can go ahead. So please, microphone.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Indonesia appreciates the hard effort of India, which have finalized the draft discussion on the sampling plan for total aflatoxin and ochratoxin A. Indonesia wishes to emphasize that the sample taken must be representative for the sample lot or batch, thereby ensuring to minimize the consumer risk while not resulting in an unacceptable level of exporter or producer risk. Considering that mycotoxin in food products are not evenly distributed and reviewing that the risk to consumer health from the consumption of contaminated food, therefore Indonesia support the EU comment proposed that the weight of each incremental sample of spices is 200 grams for incremental sample. For table 1 and 2, 3 and 4. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. I note this. So Indonesia, the EU stated that they are in agreement with the texts as it is, but would like to note that they would have preferred 200 grams. Do you support that statement of the EU? So we will state this in the report. Or could you go along with that?
Incremental sample weight of 200 grams instead of 100 grams. Thank you, Chair.
I'm sorry, we didn't hear you. So the question is, do you support the note of the EU that they are in agreement with the sampling plan, but they would have preferred to have it at 200 grams instead of 100 grams, but they would go along with the agreement of the sampling plan? Are you in agreement with the note of European Union?
With the note that the incremental sample weight is 200 grams.
Okay, Indonesia, we will note that you would like to have seen it on the 200 grams. Thank you. Turkey. Please go ahead, Turkey.
Thank you, Chair. We also agree with the plan, but will you please add Turkey for 200 gram as EU stated in the report? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Turkey. No other comments, then we can proceed with table 3. And 4, because these are we continue. Table 5, 6, up with end. So we at the end of the document. I'm scanning the room. So with this, I would like to make the conclusion. I conclude that with these revisions, we approve the sampling plans for total aflatoxin and ochratoxin A in certain spices and send it for endorsement to CCCMAS. And after endorsement, to forward the sampling plan to CAC48 for adoption at step 8. So it will be probably 49 because it has to go to a round for CCMAS. So not 48 CSA, but CSC 49. India, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So I have two submissions. One is regarding the text of decision rule. So the text may be as the matter pertains to, you are trying to refer it to CCMAS. So the text can be as per the standard practice used in other sampling plans. For example, we can see in case of mercury, there is a text around decision rule that the lot is accepted when it is less than or equal to Codex ml. So that uniformity of statement can be maintained across different sampling plans. That is one. And another is, so at the step 5, the sampling plan was directly advanced to CAC 47. And if we may understand the precise need to send it to CCMAS first, that will be wonderful, a clarification on that.
So for the differences in sampling plans, CCMAS will look in these sampling plans and make any improvements to align. And if it has drastic changes, it will be referred back to CCCF to discuss. But if it's okay and it's just minor adjustment, they will make some adjustment and then send it off to CAC. And it will then be at step 8 at CAC. Yeah?
Yeah.
Is this okay?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And regarding the incremental sample size, India maintains the need to keep it at 100 grams in view of the trade interest and the high values of the spices. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and it's still sitting at the 100 grams. We also have USA. USA, your flag is down, okay? Okay. So, India, thank you. We are just stating the final texting for the overall report, so that it's good being mentioned. So with this, I would like to conclude item number 7. And I would like to thank Dr. Suberich, who is actually not here with us, but can hear us, for the good work done. And congratulations, it is already a finished working package, which we are sending off from CCCF. So an applause to India, this. Okay, we will continue, and we continue with item number 11. I'm looking at my timing. So sometimes I need to check whether coffee is needed, but well, we can continue. Item number 11, the review of the Code of Practice for the reduction of acrylamide in foods. And we have again a speaker online, so it's Dr. Umanadi, Dandamudi, sorry, I have to pronounce it correctly. So Dr. Dandamudi, are you online? We have the presentation from Dr. Dandamudi already on screen. So if Dr. I can see Dr. Dandamudi, can you hear us?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. So the presentation will be put up, and if it's up, then you can start your presentation and you can state which slide you would like to see. Go ahead, Dr. Dandamudi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I have the slides, please? Thank you. The agenda item number 11 focuses on review of Code of Practice for reduction of acrylamide in foods. This is a revision for the existing Code of Practice of CXC 672007. Next slide, please. Is my voice clear, Madam Chair?
Yes, it's going really well.
Okay. At CCF18, there was a general support for the revision of Code of Practice for the existing current COP reduction of acrylamide in foods. The CCF18 agreed on two aspects. One, re-establish the electronic working chair by India and co-chair by Saudi Arabia to develop the discussion paper with the proposal for the draft and revise the Code of Practice and project document. It issued and also issue a CL to collect the information on new risk management measures for the reduction of acrylamide. Is it clear or should I go slow, Madam Chair?
I'm looking at translator. Is it going well for the translator? Slower, somewhat slower.
Okay, next slide, please. The work progress initiated with the circular letter CL 2024-79 CF. We received the comments from 11 member countries, Brazil, Canada, Chile, China, Costa Rica, European Union, Iraq, Japan, United Kingdom, UAE, United States, and 4 observer organizations who has shared their information and literature in the circular letter. The EW chairs, the chair and the co-chair, also reviewed the literature to the support any new mitigation measures that can be considered for revision of Code of Practice. A draft discussion paper and project document was circulated and received comments from Spain, United States, Japan, Costa Rica, and 2 observer organizations, Food Industry Asia and Food Drink Europe. The second draft is not being hosted in the EWG forum because of the time constraint. The second draft was prepared in April. The second draft group suggests that there is a proposal of revision at the introduction of the current COP by including the new references and, and revision in the scope, definition, and new food categories. So, to brief, updating the information on recommended practices based on good agricultural and good manufacturing practices. The current COP is being outlined with a scope of raw materials, stages of processing, and control of ingredients. But pre-harvest and post-harvest agronomic practices can be updated, as well as the good manufacturing practices of potato-based products and cereal-based products can be considered. This was the comments received from the docs of the EWG. In addition, the mitigation measures for the two food categories, that is coffee and coffee substitutes, foods for infant food and young children, shall be included because of the exhaustive new mitigation measures which was being given in the other documents and literature. The new information, for example, the processing parameters, the cooking methods, recipe design that can reduce the acrylamide formation to maintain a desirable final product characteristics, especially the organoleptic properties, would be mentioned. For example, information on fermentation, non-thermal technologies, application of a vacuum frying or pulse electric field treatment, ultrasound treatment are the new processing aids which are being proposed, and impact of other ingredients like divalent cations, amino acids, and acidulants specific for each and every food category in general was given in the current SOP, but much more specific for each kind of the food product, and other floors or co-ingredients can be updated. Next slide, please. For example, in coffee and coffee substitutes can be elaborated where the updated information on new enzymes such as acrylamide, roasting technologies like superheated steam roasting, vacuum roasting versus the traditional methods, non-thermal technologies. How does the roasting conditions affect the correlation of the furan and acrylamide, supercritical carbon dioxide extraction to reduce the formation of acrylamide during processing of coffee can be mentioned, especially the impact of coffee blends and varietal differences in acrylamide formation, use of coffee substitutes such as cereals and chicory, or control of acrylamide exposures, impact of chicory and cereals can also be mentioned. The relationship between these brewing methods and acrylamide levels, especially the organoleptic properties, can also must be mentioned. Next slide, please. The other food product, other foods like in foods for infants and young children is the most vulnerable population. So the selection of ingredients, addition of asparagase enzyme in the production process of cereal-based infant foods to reduce the acrylamide of final products, control of sugar, pH to minimize the final acrylamide levels, inclusion of the details for processing parameters like temperature, moisture to reduce the formation of acrylamide even for this particular food category can be mentioned. Inclusion of fermentation like malting, weaning, and other innovation processes to reduce the acrylamide level can be suggested for the foods for infant and young children was identified. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, based on the discussion paper provided in Appendix 1, it can be concluded that there is a new information available that justifies the revision of COP and supported by the EWG docs. The project work will focus mainly on updating the information of COP of acrylamide mitigation strategies, especially guided by the scientific evidence with updated data made available since the adoption of CX 67207. The revision will mainly prioritize on inclusion of only proven and globally applicable practices to reduce the acrylamide levels, which is already covered in COP, as well as those not included previously will be updated. So the revision will reflect on the information received from the response of CL and also addresses the diverse and the broad food categories of the current COP, where information is available in two important publicly available documents, that is US FDA's Guidance for Industry Acrylamide in Foods, and Food Drink Europe Acrylamide Toolbox. Next slide, please. The main recommendations given in the document, in the discussion paper are as follows. CCF is invited to consider whether this is a sufficient information available on new mitigation measures to justify the revision of Code of Practice based on the information provided in Appendix 2. If CCF supports the revision of COP, to review the project document accordingly in order to forward to CCEX and commission for approval as a new work to see Appendix 1, or to re-establish the EWG to further revise or develop the COP based on the guidance provided by CCF for the consideration of CCF 19. Last slide, please. So the comments we received so far from the CRD is we have received the comments from Singapore, which supports the new measures since 2009 and add the new products like coffee, baby foods and cereals, and inclusion of these publicly available documents information. The US supports the more robust work on the discussion paper and also has suggested how to implement the current COP with track changes and structural reorganization to be framed before the new project document is developed. China has supported the work and appreciated the improvement of the discussion paper. European Union, EI Salvador also are in the opinion that there is a sufficient information on new mitigation measures. Panama supported the work and it has emphasizes that it is vital for the consumer protection and scientifically validated agronomic practices and manufacturing practices shall promote the ALRA. IFT also, Observer Organization, supports the work and stressed upon the reduction of acrylamide rather than the prevention and have a wider education to locally prepare the cooked foods. I have seen CRD 36, but I could not open the document yet. I apologize for that, Madam Chair. And I duly acknowledge the chair CCF, the co-chair, and the docs referred by EWG to propose this particular discussion paper and project document. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, India. That was loud and clear. And also thanks to co-chair Saudi Arabia for their work on this document. So looking at the recommendations. Sorry, I have to check the recommendations. India and Saudi Arabia has invited CCCF to consider whether there is sufficient information available on new mitigation measures to justify the revision of the Code of Practice for reduction of acrylamide in foods, based on the information provided in the Appendix 2. And before we turn to the project document, I would like to highlight to the CCCF our common practice, which we have mentioned also in CCCF18, but it's important to mention it again. So for the COP development, revised or new, we need first to develop a discussion paper which contains a proposal and a project document fit for sending off to CAC. And also to check whether it's feasible to finalize the work in a timely manner as being proposed. So, and I also would like to remind the committee to look in the terms of reference in the working document whether we can make it in this time. So, and in this context, I would like to see whether the committee is in agreement to send this off as new work, or would you like it in a different way? So I have in the floor Qatar. Qatar, please go ahead.
We'd like to thank the Electronic Working Group chaired by India and co-chaired by Saudi Arabia for the work done. Qatar is very much interested in the update of this code of practice, in consideration of the technical advancement related to acrylamide mitigation strategies. We support this item to be advanced as we know as a new work for consideration by the executive committees and the commission. Should an electronic working group be re-established for this purpose, Qatar wished to express an interest to act as one of the co-chair of this working group.
Well, it's always to have more co-chairs. Thank you for your offer. Thank you. So you support for starting new work. Thank you. Canada?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Canada is also supportive of the COP. We did feel that perhaps more work could be done on the discussion paper to clearly indicate what new or expanded information is available in order to revise the COP.
So, to be clear, you would like to have still a year work on having this? Okay, yeah. So you don't support it to start new work right away, just have another year?
We feel that it could benefit from a little more work before it goes
okay, on. Thank you. I see USA, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and we would like to express our thanks to the working group chaired by India and co-chaired by Saudi Arabia for the excellent work to date. We agree with Canada that more work on a discussion paper would be helpful in identifying the terms of reference for the project document, so would prefer continued work on this important point for next year. Thank you.
Thank you, USA. I have Japan. Please, Japan, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Japan also expressed its appreciation to India for this work. We support the opinion made by Canada and the US. Japan proposed extending the work for an additional year to prepare a more refined discussion paper, including a draft revision of Code of Practice before proposing new work. This approach has recently become a common practice in the revision of Code of Practice at the CCCF. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. I can see EU. EU, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So also the EU welcomes and appreciates the work done by India as chair and Saudi Arabia as co-chair of the electronic working group. We also are of the opinion that there is indeed sufficient new information available for updating the existing code of practice. And while indeed we would have not opposed already to indeed having new work on this revision of the code of practice, we also see the benefit of indeed having a more worked, elaborated discussion paper with indeed clearly outlining what are now the new mitigation measures compared to the Code of Practice from 2009. And we also believe that in that case, having a more extensive and elaborated discussion paper would benefit then the smooth adoption of the revised Code of Practice afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. So, a little bit stuck in the middle. So I reversed my question to see whether the plenary agrees to reestablish the electronic working group chaired by India to work further on the discussion paper. Is plenary in agreement with this? So I can see no specific objections to that. So we are then now going for further development of this discussion paper for next year to have a good project document that can be sent off and be considered in CCCF18. And I would like to ask plenary whether you will benefit from another circular letter. There has already been a circular letter, and Dr. Dandamudi did spoke of it, but does plenary benefit from another circular letter to have all kinds of measures again presented? I think it's an open question. Do you object to sending out another circular letter? I have Food, Drink Europe.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair, and good morning all. No, I just wanted to say that Food, Drink Europe is also in the process of updating the Food, Drink Europe toolbox. And of course, we want to join and contribute to the updating of the code of practice. So we really appreciate if it could be put on the agenda as soon as possible, because we find that we have sufficient information to update it. It's quite old, so yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for joining in and giving out information, helping this code of practice. I don't see any objections to have another circular letter. So in this circular letter, we will provide a text for information collected to be proven to be feasible and effective for application for local and/or regional conditions to reduce acrylamide contamination in food. So this then will be taken up in the conclusion. Oh, Dr. Dandamudi, would you like to make a comment? Please go ahead.
I just want to clarify a point. Is there an issue of, is the Codex Secretary issuing the circular letter again?
Yes, this will be circulated again. I'm looking to my right, is this correct? If you want it, yes, it can be circulated again right after CCCF18.
Yeah. The reason why the second draft, if the second draft was also one in the discussion, we could have improved furthermore the project document. I see the points of all the member countries and respect their opinion. So I would be very happy if the circular letter and the information comes a bit early. That makes my working very faster. Thank you.
Yes, that is correct. So you can do it in timely fashion. And I give you also news. We have 1.5 years for the CCF19. So you get more time to do so. So that's actually for all the plenary. But we get more time because we have CCF19 in October 2026. So you have more time.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, to conclude, thank you for your patience. I conclude that we re-establish the electronic working group, working in English to further develop the discussion paper, which will be accompanied by a project document and a draft COP or outline of a COP on the revision of the Code of Practice for the reduction of acrylamides in food for consideration at CCCF18. And we will issue a circular letter with text, with wording to collect information proven to be feasible and effective for the application for local and or regional conditions to reduce acrylamide contamination in foods. I think we are in agreement. Then for the last question to Dr. Dandamoody, would you like to chair? So I see yes, you would like to chair, yes? Well, yes. And Qatar have opted for co-chairing. Then Dr. Dandamoody, would you like to have co-chairing with Qatar?
Yes, and Saudi Arabia was the earlier co-chair. I would like their opinion also.
Yes, Saudi Arabia, are you also co-chairing?
Yes, Madam Chair. Saudi Arabia will be co-chair for the electronic working group.
Okay, so we re-established the electronic working group chaired by India and co-chaired by Qatar and Saudi Arabia. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you, India, and also thank you to Saudi Arabia for well done work. You have a lot of information, and we would like to see a good discussion paper in CCCF19 to start new work in 2026.
Thank you for your guidance, Madam Chair.
Thank you all. Well, this concludes item number 11 and starts coffee break. So please go ahead, grab your cup of coffee, and the bell will ring, and then you will enter the room again. There will be no much more food than there already is. So, welcome back, everybody. So, to give you some update on my personal view of life, I have a daughter of 16 years old, and we like to go ferry riding in theme parks. And anytime when I enter this room, you hear a music, and I'm just thinking, am I in a theme park? So that's what you do to me, and what's Thailand doing to me. It's a roller coaster which we're on today and tomorrow, and I think it's growing really well. I think all safeguards have been in place, and we can go turning upside down and still don't fall from it. So please continue with what you're doing, because you're doing it really well. So today, this session, we will start with item number 12. Item number 12 has been prepared by Canada. It's the discussion paper on the review of the Code of Practice for the reduction of aflatoxin B1 in raw materials and supplementing feeding stuffs for milk-producing animals. The revised project document is presented in CRD 5. And last week there was a pre-session working meeting chaired by Canada to discuss this item, and CRD 5 is actually the result of it. So, Canada, please, could you introduce the work and the recommendation that came off of it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, Canada, as chair of this EWG, will be presenting the discussion paper on the review of the Code of Practice for the reduction of aflatoxin B1 in raw materials and supplemental feeding stuffs for milk-producing animals, CCCF18, and we also wish to acknowledge the work of our co-chair, Saudi Arabia. This work as EWG was chaired by Elizabeth Elliott, and unfortunately she could not make it to Bangkok, so I'll be presenting on her behalf today. Thank you to all the members for participating in the EWG and providing comments on the circular letter and in various CRDs. Next slide, please. So just as a background for those, as you may recall, CCCF18 agreed to establish a EWG chaired by Canada to draft a discussion paper on the possible review of this particular code of practice. And this COP was identified on the overall highest priority list for reevaluation of standards for a variety of prioritization criteria. And in CCCF17, the EWG was reestablished, again chaired by Canada and co-chaired by Saudi Arabia, to address a few things. First, to revise the discussion paper, propose revisions to the COP, prepare a project document for new work, and consider how different codes of practice for aflatoxins could be integrated or merged to avoid overlap, inconsistencies, and redundancies. And this is mostly in relation to the code of practice for mycotoxins in cereals, which can largely be applied to feeds as well. So in that time, there was new information identified for aflatoxin B1 control measures, and so that information was added and expanded to, specifically information on different forage crops, silage, baleage, and hay, as well as oilseeds, pulses, and legumes. An effort was made to include information on both temperate and tropical climates, although, as we'll discuss later, there could be more, and the intent of the COP is to really be all-encompassing to address measures that are applicable to a variety of regions. In addition, structural changes to the COP were proposed, such as the creation of new subsections. This is specifically outlined with a purpose and scope, a definition section, a section on related guidance, as well as general recommendations, preparation for storage, and animal feed. Next slide, please. As mentioned, an effort was made to integrate relevant Codex text to avoid some of that overlap. And so information that was applicable to measures from CXC51 2003, which is the Code of Practice for Mycotoxins in Cereals, those applicable measures that also apply to non-cereal crops were added, and slight editing was done just for conciseness so that it was not too repetitive. A new related guidance section that lists the relevant COPs was included. So this includes that for cereals, as well as the codes of practice for peanuts and tree nuts. And then definitions were added, and these were primarily referencing existing definitions within the Codex standards. Next slide, please. So an EWG was established in the Codex Forum, and we solicited input on various updates, such as any new control measures for aflatoxin B1 in feeds. Again, more comments on the approach to integrating the related text and the structure. There were 27 members registered in the EWG, and we received some comments in both first and second round. Next slide, please. Following that, a circular letter was issued in advance of CCCF18 requesting comments on the need to revise the code of practice, the project document, the structure with the subheadings, various technical content, approaches to integrate the COPs, and as well on whether it would be necessary to issue a circular letter following CCCF18, and if approved, as new work, reestablishing the EWG for next year. And so we received a variety of comments on the circular letter as well as CRD. Since that time, and following the virtual working group, additional CRDs were posted, and these have also been taken into account in what I'll be presenting today. Next slide, please. So this slide just provides a high-level overview of where there was agreement based on the comments received from the circular letter in the EWG, as well as the virtual working group that was held last week. So overall, there was an agreement that there is sufficient information to revise this particular COP, that the proposed structure with the various subheadings was appropriate, and the approach taken to integrate the texts was also agreed to. In addition, a circular letter will be issued following CCF18 if this is approved as new work, as well as the reestablishment of the EWG. So before we get into the project document, there were a couple of other technical comments that I can address in the next slide. So we received some comments that the COP should include information about risk assessment and risk management guidelines, as well as information about training and capacity building programs, as well as monitoring and compliance mechanisms, and to include information on aflatoxin M1 detection methods in milk. So this was discussed at the virtual working group, and we sought some advice from the Secretariat about how these types of pieces of information could be integrated into the COP. And it was recommended that in general, since codes of practice are compilations of good management practices across the food chain, details for these specific elements should not go into the COP, but instead we can cross-reference relevant Codex texts to avoid too much duplication. And so, for example, there are general guidelines on sampling that could be referenced, as well as the Codex procedural manual, specifically section 4, which is on risk analysis, and subsections on risk assessment and risk management, as well as guidelines on the application of risk assessment for feed, CXG80 2013, and the Code of Practice on Good Animal Feeding, CXC 54 2004. With respect to capacity building, generally this element is a matter for various parent organizations such as the FAO and WHO. And so manuals or other related explanatory materials to explain or support the understanding of the COP or the implementation of the COP is generally outside of the scope of Codex itself. Although Canada does note that the proposed revisions in the COP that have been drafted to date does include recommendation to contact various extension services who are involved in training and capacity building. And so we can acknowledge this, but would not be elaborating in too much detail. So this is what we've heard from the comments. As I mentioned, there were several CRDs posted in the last few days that also propose to add information about, to acknowledge climate change, and that aflatoxin M1 is increasingly being detected in milk in African regions. And so we have updated the project document since the VWG to acknowledge this point in the scope. And so perhaps with that, we can move to the project document to review the changes.
I think it is first to go to the recommendation, then go to the project document, okay, so we can discuss it in an orderly fashion.
Okay. So general recommendations, we would encourage member countries and observers to not only register to the EWG, but actively participate. I think this would help the code of practice be reflective of a variety of regions from all different geographic areas. There may be some information or practices that are relevant to certain regions, and it would be good for those to be brought forward in EWG so they can be incorporated into a code of practice. And specifically, the recommendation for this session, for the next slide, CCCF18. The recommendation is to update the code of practice for the reduction of aflatoxin B1 in raw materials, supplemental feeding stuffs for milk-producing animals, and focus on good management practices along the food chain. So general, good agricultural, good management practices that are general enough and applicable for a wide variety of regions. As well, it's recommended to forward the project document to CAC for approval. And if approved, reestablish the EWG, chaired by Canada and co-chaired by Saudi Arabia to further develop this code of practice. And again, as I mentioned, focusing on topics related to good manufacturing practices along the food chain. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Canada, and also thank you, Saudi Arabia, for the excellent job done. So I will first go to actually see whether we are committed that this new work can be started. So are we in agreement that we can start new work on this code of practice? Yes, so we can. So we then move forward to the project document. So please put the project document on screen so we go paragraph by paragraph through this document, whether we need anything else into this document for the, before we forward it to CAC 48. So we scroll down.
So perhaps I can just pause for section 2.
You can, please.
Relevance and timelines. There is a new sentence that was added, the last track changes to address the most recent CRD comments related to climate change. And specifically, it says aflatoxin M1 is increasingly being detected in milk in Africa, and the growing climate variability is a contributing factor to increased aflatoxins in crops. Small-scale farmers who often rely on home-mixed or unregulated feeds are particularly vulnerable to aflatoxin contamination. And so hopefully that would address those comments received.
So thank you for this. I can see there is an agreement, so we continue. European Union, please go ahead.
In the third before last line, it should be aflatoxins in crops and not aflatoxins.
I see agreement with Canada.
It was late when we put this together.
Okay, then what section do you want to have focus on? Because we're scrolling down now.
So we can scroll through the track changes. The rest of The changes shown would have been shown in the virtual working group meeting. No changes were made since then. However, if the plenary would like to read through them again, we can do that.
So we scroll down the document. Is there anything which needs to be added? No? So I think your document is in very good shape. Thanks for this. So I'm asking also, do you need maybe a new circular letter for the work? Yes? So issue a circular letter requesting risk management practices and other data information that can support further development. Would it be a good framing for you text-wise?
Yes.
I look at plenary. Are we in agreement to issue a new circular letter for this so this electronic working group can start working on it right away? Yes, please.
And I would just add that the comments that we did receive specifically to the annex of the discussion paper for the Code of Practice can be incorporated into the circular letter.
Please, if I give Codex. So the comments from the CODs you can just take up. It doesn't need to be in the circular letter. Yes.
In the next version.
Yeah, you can just take up and to see what you would like to do with the comments.
As part of the EWG
Yeah,
work.
as part of the EWG. So that's actually what you got. And I'm asking Canada, are you willing to chair the new work?
Yes.
Canada's willing to chair. Great. I have a co-chair, Saudi Arabia, who is online. Saudi Arabia, are you willing to co-chair?
Saudi Arabia will continue to be co-chair for the electronic working group. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. So with this, I conclude the following. Agree to start new work to revise the Code of Practice for the reduction of aflatoxin B1 in raw materials and supplemental feeding stuffs for milk-producing animals. Further, I conclude to forward the revised project document to the CCCF18 for approval, to re-establish the electronic working group chaired by Canada, co-chaired by Saudi Arabia, working in English to develop the proposed draft revision of the Code of Practice, and issue a circular letter following this CCCF18 requesting risk management practices and other data information that can support the further development of the COP. I see agreement in the room. Congratulations on your new work. European Union, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two minor points. So as you said, indeed, for the new information on the Code of Practice for the circular letter, maybe it might be appropriate to add in addition to the information already provided, so that this is clear that we do not have to repeat what we have already provided through the CRDs. And if you allow me, may I ask a trivial question to the Codex Secretariat?
Of course.
Yeah. No, well, in the CRD 05, and I have also made myself this remark, in the paragraph 1, when we refer to the Code of Practice for the reduction of aflatoxin B1 in the raw materials and supplemental feeding stuffs for milk-producing animals, the certain words are put in with a capital letter in the start. And when I see then the reference of it in the project document under purpose and scope, the code of practice is then completely cited without any capital letters. And so my question is, what is the right practice?
Thank you. I'm so happy it's a trivial question. In actual fact, I'm equally confused. No, we have a new convention. We have a new editor. We have an editor that we're now working with, and apparently there's a convention in how we have to present this. Now, in the past, we all used to use capital letters, and now apparently it's not in line with FAO publication rules. So we now use sentence case. So only the first word is capitalized. So we will make sure that we use the correct convention in the documents. Amongst the Secretariat, we're still trying to get used to the new way of writing out the standard names. Thank you.
So thank you. And this will also be reflected in our report, how it's done now by the new conventions.
I won't write it in the report, but you will see the correct convention in the appendices. And of course, whenever we use the titles in the report. But the explanation will not be there.
Okay, thank you for the question. So it's for everybody clear. If you have trivial questions, please state them. So for everybody it's clear. And no question is too much. So with this and the addition of European Union, that the issue of the circular letter in the report, it will be stated that it's in addition to the information already provided, right? Okay, thank you. I close then item number 12 and continue with item number 13, development of a code of practice for the prevention and reduction of tropane alkaloids in food and feed. So the document has been developed by China. There was an in-session working group on Sunday, and the report with the revised, oh, so it's Monday, it was in session, right? With the revised project document has been displayed in CRD 02. Could China please introduce the work?
Okay, thank you, Madam. The objective of our EU working group is to develop a COP for the prevention and reduction tropane alkaloids in food and feed. This EU working group is chaired by China and co-chaired by Saudi Arabia. Next. And consider the scientific advice of JACFA, CCCF18. Since CCCF15, the committee has recognized the need for TA-related follow-up actions. CCCF16 established the e-working group to look into the need and feasibility of possible follow-up actions. And at last year, CCCF17, we were tasked to draft a COP, and at the same time, the committee requests JACFA to collect TA contamination data with sampling state details. And next. Okay. For the e-working group activity, we drafted a reversion discussion paper with a proposal document, a proposal draft COP, and analyze the TA data in feed and food. Also, we circulate the draft document twice, receiving comments from Brazil, China, France, Japan, Mexico, and USA. And before this meeting, we also held Circulator 41 to collect comments on the document. And yesterday, we held in-session working group to discuss our project document. And next. We are very glad to see this job had received widespread support from countries and organizations. About the key recommendation for the project document is about specifies which food will be covered by the COP and include feeds throughout the project document, add additional report of TA in the 2 points, and also revise 3 points to include all the main aspects. Also, we get some recommend for the COP, for the draft COP. It is instrumental and in strengthening the document. In the Appendix 2 of CRD2, we have incorporated as many suggestions as possible based on the available information and time. However, for some suggestions requesting more in-depth research or additional data collection to determine the best action, we will address this in a subsequent phase. Next. Yeah, in the in-session group discussion yesterday, we get support to subject a project document after revision to CCCF18. And nevertheless, the in-session group did not agree to include reference to animal health in the project document, noting that it was not the mandate of Codex to address animal health. So we only related to feed, but no animal health. Next. So our conclusion and recommendation, COP is necessary to provide global and science-based guidance of TA provision across the food and feed chain. And the revised project is present in Appendix 1 of CRD2 for consideration. So CCCF18 is invited to consider the point below, forward the project to CC48 for approval as new work, re-establish the E-working group to further develop the COP. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Can the last slide be put up again? Thank you. So thank you, China and Saudi Arabia, for the work done. It has been extensively discussed already. Are there any questions for clarification? No, and I will do the same as I did for Canada, because we have now a proposal for new work. Are we in agreement to start new work for this new code of practice for the prevention and reduction of tropane alkaloids in food and feed? Yes, we are in agreement. Okay, thank you. So then we go to the project document to see whether the project document needs anything more to have it forwarded to the CAC. So please put the project document on screen. So we go section by section. So we will start with the first paragraph, and then we can stroll down easily to the bottom. You can stroll down, and I'm looking at the room. I can see that everybody is in agreement with the project document to be forwarded. Thank you for this. Then I look at China. Would you like to have, like Canada has, a circular letter issued? Oh, sorry, I can see USA has a comment. Please, USA, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. We are in agreement with the project document, just noting a spelling error in paragraph 3 of consumer is spelled consumer. So if that could be corrected, we would appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, that will be an easy correction. So I'm looking at Giuseppe. Giuseppe raises his thumb. Does we correct one spelling error? Okay, thank you for this. China, would you like to have a circular letter? And what would like to have stated in it?
Yes, China agree in like that way. Yeah, thank you, Madam.
So that would be like Canada, so requesting risk management practices and other data information that can support the further development of the COP. Would it be for you correct?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is this in agreement with plenary? Yes? We take that up as well. So we also need to re-establish this electronic working group. Will China be chairing the new work?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam.
And would Saudi Arabia co-chair this new work? Saudi Arabia? That's the silent part. Do we have silence because you don't want a co-chair, or do we have silence because we lost connection? I think Saudi Arabia wants to make a connection.
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Is the yes for the co-chairing?
Yes, Saudi Arabia will be co-chair.
Okay, great. Good to have you on board again. So with this, I conclude that we agree to start new work to revise to the development of a code of practice for the prevention and reduction of tropin alkaloids in food and feed, re-establish, forward the project document, the revised document to CAC18 for approval, re-establish the electronic working group by China and co-chaired by Saudi Arabia, working in English to develop this code of practice, and issue a circular letter requesting risk management practices and other data information that can support the further development of the COP, in addition to the information already provided in CRDs which have been presented to CCCF18. I think we are all in agreement with this. Then thank you, China and Saudi Arabia, and congratulations on your new work. So, what do we do next? So we are actually at the end of the day, and we haven't eaten lunch yet. So I'm going going to look at a... I think we go for an early lunch. And then we start about... So we start somewhat earlier? So we start about 2, not 2:30. So, and then we start with the following items. We start with item number 15, review of numeric criteria for methods of analysis for total aflatoxins. Then we proceed with item number 19, review of Codex standards for contaminants. And we end this day with the side event on the role of environmental inhibitors in the food system transformation, so that we have a free lunch break tomorrow. So I think, well, good food is always important for us, and safe foods, of course. So at 2 o'clock, I would like you to have in the room. So not 2:30, but at 2. So that's for everybody, also online, please we start at 2 o'clock. Well, have a nice lunch break.
Smile, smile. I feel the love through the smile on your face. Smile, in the light of smiles, you always find a smile in Thailand. Smile, smile. I feel the love through the smile on your face. Smile, in the light of smiles, you always find a smile in Thailand. Smile, I feel the love through the smile on your face. Smile, in the light of smiles you always find a smile in Thailand. smile. I feel the love through the smile on your face. Smile in the light of smiles, you always find a smile in Thailand.
I see doors are closing, so nobody is in the hallways. We are all back with our tummy filled again. And I don't know what you did in the lunch break, but I had to convene with my daughter to do some homework. So you still know some other things are also processing in our lives. So hopefully you get all things done before commencing to this room. So welcome back. And I also have a note. On Wednesday evening, as it is a tradition of this committee, there will be a small reception for the heads of delegation of the Codex members. And you have been invited to that. Please bring your badge and invitation with you. The invites are placed on the heads of table, on the table of the heads of delegation. Okay, so we have a tea break around 4, but we also have 2 specific sessions from the CCCF18, and we have, as I explained, the session from tomorrow shifted to today. That is the side event on the role of environmental inhibitors in the food system transformation. I think we will manage this before 4, probably even earlier, but we can see how we do this and to see whether a coffee break will be sitting in between or at the end. So we will continue now with item number 15. Review of numeric performance criteria for methods of analysis for total aflatoxins utilizing the sum of components concept in relevant sampling plans. And I give the floor to Brazil for this. And we have a presentation available. So please put up the presentation, Giuseppe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So agenda item 15, review of numeric performance criteria for methods of analysis for total aflatoxins utilizing the sum of components concept in relevant sampling plans. CCCF18 pointed the need to review sampling plans for total aflatoxins in the Codex general standard for contaminants in food and feed, and that the performance numeric criteria for the sum of components should be aligned for the decision that was taken by CCCF regarding the sampling plans for aflatoxins in cereals, which consider a ratio of 1:1:1:1 for each congener. Based on that, the 2 facts. One is that the congeners are not presenting constant ratios, and also that when we divide with a higher percentage of aflatoxin B1, we arrive with performance criteria that may not be achievable by available methods. Brazil volunteered to do this exercise and review the performance numeric criteria utilizing the sum of components and the decisions of CCCF18. Next slide, please. We evaluated sampling plans for total aflatoxins in the general standard, and for peanuts intended for further processing, red-to-eat tree nuts, and tree nuts destined for further processing, almonds, hazelnuts, pistachios, and chilled Brazil nuts, and dried figs. And we identified the need to align performance criteria with CCCF18 decision, considering the sum of components approach when the ML is set for the sum of the components, which will be total aflatoxins. Performance numeric criteria need to be aligned with Codex Alimentarius Commission Procedure Manual, which you can find in this next slide. So this is a print from the Codex Manual Procedure, which establishes how to set numeric performance criteria for methods of analysis. And based on this information of Table 1, that the numeric performance criteria were calculated. Next slide, please. So the conclusions and recommendations in the appendix of the document of this agenda item, the revised method performance criteria are shown, and we suggest to submit to CCMAS for endorsement and adoption. Here we can see CAC 48, but perhaps CAC 49, considering that CAC 48 will be in November and CCMAS only in next year. And we also recommend replacing the current method performance criteria on the sampling plans for peanuts, tree nuts, and dried figs with a reference to the recommended methods of analysis and samplings, CXS 234. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Brazil, for introducing this topic. Are there any questions for clarification? So no questions. I propose to have the revised method of performance criteria on the screen. So to look at whether we can agree with what it's saying. Okay, so we here have the revised method performance criteria. So we will go sliding down the pages and the tables. And I'm looking if everybody agrees what is stated in this document. Please, European Union.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we agree with what is in the document, but we want to make an observation in that sense that we have now indeed an LOQ for aflatoxin total of less than 6 microgram per kilogram. And in most cases, at least in the EU, the aflatoxin total is always being measured by summing up the 4 individual aflatoxins. And so, in fact, as you can see, for the 4 individual aflatoxins, in accordance with what we have agreed last year, the LOQ has been 1/4 of the LOQ for the total, which is the 2/5 of the ml, according to the procedural manual. But you can have a case where, when you analyze the 4 aflatoxins, that you be able to quantify aflatoxin B1, for instance, at a level of 3 microgram per kilogram, and that you do not quantify, that you have no levels quantified for aflatoxin B2, G1 and G2, because they are mostly present in lower amounts, which means that you have then a quantified result for aflatoxin total, because we talk here about lower bound, so what is not quantified is put at 0. So the aflatoxin total is 3, which is the level you found for aflatoxin B1. So you report then the quantified level of 3 microgram per kilogram for aflatoxin total, which is below the limit of quantification for aflatoxin total. as I mentioned it, okay, I understand how we came to this, but I just wanted to highlight that there might be sometimes a bit of an inconsistency that you would say you have here a quantified result, which is below your limit of quantification. But yeah, just an observation. I don't know how to address it exactly, but yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you that you are in agreement with the document, and it's good to have this observation noted. It will be noted in the report. Brazil, you would like to look at it?
Yes, maybe we can ask some advice from CCMAS regarding this issue, because the method performance criteria for total aflatoxin in cereals was revised by CCMAS, and there is also the performance criteria for total aflatoxin. Aflatoxin is actually in the same way that you have in the screen. So, but European Union said an important point, so I believe that you can have some advice from CCMAS regarding this issue when they endorse this method performance criteria. Thank you.
What's a good suggestion? We take it up. Okay, I can see that everybody agrees with the revised method performance criteria as been stated in the appendix. Then I will go to the next recommendation as to submit this revised method of performance criteria to CCMAS for endorsement and adoption by CAC49, including it into the recommended methods of analysis and sampling. Turkey, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. In fact, we also discussed the same point that EU arised. We are in the same opinion with EU, and we also discussed it with our experts in the laboratory in Turkey about this issue, and they suggested the total aflatoxin LOQ to be same as the individual LOQs if it is possible. They say that it is not the best decision, but better than to set the addition of all of them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have it noted in the report. No other, I'm sorry. Okay, and then I go for the last recommendation, and that's replace the current method performance criteria on the sampling plans for peanuts, tree nuts, and dried figs with a reference to the recommended methods of analysis and sampling. Japan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Japan would like to seek clarifications through Madam Chair to the Codex Secretariat. We agree with the table, but we wonder how CCCF18 was revised if this table was converted to CXS234. It's my question.
Thank you. I will refer your question to Codex Secretariat, and Codex Secretariat will also explain that the changes have to go back to the Commission, and we need to have this in a good time frame. So can you also take that up with the committee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me address the question from Japan first. So if you look at the current 193, the sampling plans for the for those three commodities, You will see that it contains an explanation of performance criteria. It has a table of the performance criteria and so on. And so the proposal is that we remove all of that and we have a reference that will state method performance criteria for total aflatoxin in each one of those in CXS 234/1999. We did something very similar when we did the sampling plan for methyl mercury last year. So that will be the amendment. So all that text that you see currently in 193 under the methods section will be removed, and there will be a reference to 234. Now, this is in line with the decision taken by the Commission that standard 234, which is the recommended methods of analysis and sampling, is the general reference or the single reference for all methods of analysis, and it will eventually become the single reference for sampling in future, but we are still addressing that issue. So the sampling plan itself will remain in 193 except for the methods performance criteria. So that is the question, and I hope it provides clarity to Japan. Then to move on to the second point that you made, Madam Chair, in relation to what do we then do with the sampling plan, because we are making changes to that. And it is a very straightforward amendment. So it can go directly to the Commission for adoption, because there's nothing for CCMAS to endorse, because we're not changing the sampling plan as such. However, if we do that straight away, that will mean that there are no methods for aflatoxins or there are no numeric performance criteria for methods at the moment. If we send it straight to CCMAS, that is the change to the sampling plan. That is the removal of the NPC. So what the Secretariat would propose is that we hold it back and we send it to the next session of the Commission. We can now already take a decision on that we will submit it to the next session of the Commission, pending the endorsement of the NPC by CCMAS, because the NPC will go into 234, and so it goes sort of simultaneously to the Commission, so that the user of 193 sampling plan will also have access then to numeric performance criteria, which will be in a different standard. I know it sounds quite complicated. I see Brazil is nodding because Brazil understands the process, but I'm not so sure about the rest of the committee, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Brazil?
Just to ask to CCMAS to fix the other performance criteria for cereals that we already approved, if they change the understanding regarding have the performance criteria for total aflatoxin.
So that will be another point that we would have to make to CCMAS, and that will also go in line with the advice that we will seek from CCMAS. And on that one, Madam Chair, I think I know the question, but I would like to be really clear that I have the question exactly the way CCCF would like to put that to CCMAS. So I would like some guidance from the committee on that. Thank you.
So, to get some guidance on this question, which we would like to put forward to CCMAS, how would we proceed? Can somebody give a proposal? Brazil?
We have just another point of clarification, because we have just approved the sampling plans for total aflatoxins in spices, and if we are going to do the same approach as CCMAS decided that numerical performance criteria should be referenced to CXS 234, and I remember agenda item 2, what there is the recommendation for action by CCCF. If this is going to be taken into account together or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, Brazil raises a very good point, because when we finalized the sampling plan for the total aflatoxins in spices and the OTA, under that, we also have some NPC. And in fact, that should, look, we're going to send the entire sampling plan to CCMAS. So we will, when they look at that sampling plan, we will ask them to include the NPC in 234, and then to have that reference that I just mentioned in the sampling plan. So when that sampling plan then goes to CAC, it will address the 2 points that we've just raised now under the previous discussion. So it will endorse the sampling plan in its entirety. If that is the case, we don't know. And then there will be a procedural issue in that the NPC will be transferred into 234, and a note will be made in the sampling plan itself to say refer to 234 under the methods section. So that will be taken care of. But of course, there's more work that needs to be done in this committee in terms of aligning everything, the approaches to performance criteria. But now we are going to ask advice from CCMAS again on the issue of performance criteria, especially when you have sum of components. So let's wait and see what advice they come back with, and then we can determine a way forward.
So it's a staggering approach. So coming back to my question, how do we ask advice from CCMAS how to handle the total aflatoxins in relation to the LOQs? So does anybody has a proposal which we can put forward to CCMAS? Brazil?
We observe the other method performance criteria when there's a sum of components such as fumionizins. You will check if for total you don't have the performance criteria for total, just for the components. And I believe that this is the point. If you need to establish for total of just for the components, and if you establish for total aflatoxins, we have to have some advice how to report the results. Because in some cases, as European Union pointed, it will be possible to have quantified results that is below that the limit of detection quantification of the for total. So I believe that in this case, we need some advice how to report the results. First, if it's necessary, establish for total or just for the components. And then, if they decide to have for total, how to report the results. And at the end, aligned with this, after this advice, align all the performance criteria that we have for sum of components with this advice. Thank you.
So, to have your attention, what we would like to ask CCMAS, the following text we would like to put down. Do we need to establish methods of performance criteria for the total of aflatoxins or for the individuals? And if for the total, how to report results? And once we have advice, we ask for alignment with all sums of components of mycotoxins. Is this in agreement with the committee? Morocco, please go ahead.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question regarding LOQs of mycotoxins. Usually there is a method to determine the LOQ. So it is possible to determine the LOQ of B1, B2, G1, G2. But for the total, it is not possible. So I don't know what method was used to come up with under 6 milligrams per kilogram. Did you just add B1, B2, G1, G2? Because there is no method to quantify all 4 components at the same time from an analytical point of view. An LOQ has to be determined according to a procedure. So to add all the mycotoxins and come up with this figure of 6, I don't know how we can calculate it. So if we find all 4 aflatoxins under 1.5, that means the total will be under 6. So I don't understand how this calculation was made. Thank you.
So thank you, Morocco. So we note your intervention, and it's the compliance measure which we already have, but we noted that it is, well, might be addressed in future. Turkey.
Thank you, Chair. The best way to solve, I think, Turkey thinks, not to have performance criteria for totals. And the question for CCMAS, whether it is needed or not, is a good starting point, I think. And one more thing that we want to add is we can ask or think to change, revise the procedural manual for these totals. Is it possible?
Do you want to come in first? Okay, that's all. Sorry.
I'm taking over chair from Werner. Brazil, you would like to comment on Turkey or on?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So you can take on Turkey's question.
This issue of sum of components is very complex, and CCMS discussed it for many years, and then there is an informative document in the linked with CCMS, and in this document gives some advice, might say that it should be decided in a case-by-case basis. So we need to send to CCMS with our doubts, and the experts gave us the better advice in this issue. It's my suggestion.
Well, it's good then to have the question raised and to see what they come up with. I can see that there are no requests for changes for the question to CCMS, so I will then continue with our overall. Singapore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Singapore agrees with Turkey's comments, and also we agree that we require clarity on how to actually approach this. We noted that this also affects related agenda item 14 on data submission, right? Because one of the fields requires, one of the mandatory fields, it's LOQs, and in terms of when we actually report like total aflatoxins, there will be a question on what LOQ to fill in for total aflatoxins. And there needs to be a consistent approach and also a clear approach so that there will not be issues when we submit data. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We note this observation in the report. Thank you for the addition. So I will come to the conclusion. I conclude that CCCF18 agrees with the revised method performance criteria. We agree to submit to CCMAS for endorsement and adoption by CIC, including them in the recommended methods of analysis and sampling. And we conclude to replace the current method performance criteria on the sampling plans for peanuts, tree nuts, and dried figs with a reference to recommended methods of analysis and sampling, and noting how to change it by Codex Secretariat. And we agreed to ask CCMAS the need to establish methods of performance criteria for the total of aflatoxins or for the individual ones, and if for the total aflatoxins, how to report the results. Once we have the advice, we need to align it with all sum of components of mycotoxins. Thank you. And we still have something on this agenda item, because under agenda item 2, no? So I can conclude the item. So thank you for all the work done, Brazil, on this more technical, detailed document. And also thank for all of you to have put in your efforts to read it carefully, because not all of us are really technically skilled and are in laboratory settings. So that's really good to have such discussions also on our table. Then we will commence with item number 19, review of Codex standards for contaminants. And I can give the floor to Canada. Please, could you introduce the item?
So thank you, Madam Chair. I will be presenting on agenda item number 19, the review of Codex standards for contaminants. And so to begin, next slide, please. I did just want to thank the electronic working group and all the members who submitted comments. So just to give some background, as you might recall, this work was first proposed back in 2019, and a 3-year trial period was started a couple of years later. And the idea was that we would come up with a mechanism to ensure older standards, as well as those identified for follow-up, could be updated in order to reflect the best new science. And last year, CCCF18 supported the established approach, and this became a standing agenda item. The work is chaired by Canada, and we agreed to solicit information each year by circular letter and present the recommendations to plenary. So in addition, last year, a request was made by CCMAS to maintain the list of sampling plans within the tracking list to ensure that these get updated along with standards as appropriate. So next slide. So this is kind of an important slide. The age of the standard is defined in lists A1 and A2. And list B is where there have been some recommendations by CCCF to review a standard in a given time frame. Both these lists are used to populate the overall highest priority list, or the OHPL, and this follows recommendations from member countries according to defined prioritization criteria, which include whether this impacts a staple food, its relevance to developing countries, there's new occurrence or dietary exposure information available. Since the standard was developed, there could be a health-based guidance value that can't be established or that's been updated. There's efficiencies with other work, or a member country has volunteered to do the work. We have some additional criteria as well, and the intent is to cover a wide variety of important and relevant rationales. We've also included a column in the OHPL to document other relevant information. One thing I did want to mention, that this priority list is solely for prioritizing standards and related texts for reevaluation based on established prioritization criteria, and it does not reflect the validity of existing standards or related texts. So next slide. So in terms of work process, 9 member countries commented on the circular letter: Canada, Chile, Egypt, Ghana, Japan, Kenya, Senegal, Singapore, and the US. There were CRD comments received from several additional countries that aren't listed above. So we've received additional nominations or prioritization criteria from a few African countries as well as India. These comments will be reviewed and included. We will be looking, though, if suitable prioritization criteria or other rationales were provided. Okay, so as per the established process, each year member countries are asked to nominate standards using various criteria and volunteer to take on the work. And this year, member countries were also asked to comment on whether this could be a good place to keep sampling plans in an effort to ensure alignment. So next slide. So unfortunately, few members commenting on the circular letter specifically cited prioritization criteria. And so the chair of the working group did their best to determine which prioritization criteria comments were linked to these priorities. But if it was difficult to infer, the standard was not recommended to the OHPL, and the member countries' comments were also not registered in the OHPL. This is something we're going to talk about a couple of times. So in the terms of reference for this agenda item, which are clearly indicated in the circular letter, are there any nominations that should be supported by the prioritization criteria of clear, reasonable rationale? Okay. So next slide. Okay, hold on. Am I on the right one here? Is this the right slide? COP. Okay, some additional standards were considered high priority for review, and I should mention other feedback on existing standards was received that unfortunately did not provide rationale or reference prioritization criteria. Okay, next slide. So other items received seem to best fit in other comments or information within the OHPL, and these were related to aflatoxin standards as well as tin in various commodities. And so with respect to arsenic and rice, the arsenic and rice COP, we did want to mention that members can and should share via the circular letter that new information is available for this agenda item, and technological advances and developments is one of the prioritization criteria for COPs. And details about what new information is available should also be provided. Okay. Next slide. Okay, is this for the members? Okay, so we did, I'm happy to report we did get some volunteers, at least in principle. They're all listed on the slide. And next slide. So with respect to the sampling plans that were proposed for tracking by CCMAS, these are the sampling plans that line up with our work. The majority of members that responded via the circular letter supported the tracking of sampling plan revisions under this agenda item. And several members had a related suggestion to review the sampling plans in conjunction with the review of the relevant MLs if and when the ML review is initiated by CCCF. We will add another annex to the annual circular letter that tracks sampling plans and the review, as only some of the 7 sampling plans are in the OHPL. And we'll also add a note to the OHPL when the associated ML entry is also there. Aflatoxin MLs were nominated to the OHPL in 2025, and so the virtual working group will be deciding if those will get moved into the OHPL. Okay, next slide. So I'm not going to go into the details of this slide, but there were some comments we received that might better be placed under agenda item number 22 in other business. So maybe we can come back to this one when we get to the end. Okay. Next slide. So now for the recommendations to CCCF18. So the first would be to add standards from lists A and B to the OHPL, which includes MLs for cadmium and cereal grains, the COP for ochratoxin A in coffee. There are several MLs for aflatoxins in various cereal and cereal-based foods, the COP for PAHs in smoked and dried foods. The next recommendation would be to add prioritization criteria, rationale, and other information to indicated entries in the OHPL. We would track sampling plans, we would track sampling plan reevaluation in the OHPL when relevant and new annex. We would recommend to issue circular letters in advance of CCCF19 and to hold virtual working group meetings in advance of CCCF19. We'd recommend to discuss the possibility for new work next year to review the methylmercury ML in tuna and associated sampling plan, be chaired by New Zealand, which would be pending capacity in the forward CCCF agenda. So I'll stop there.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you all for the work, because you keep us on track. And that is, we are now in the PDCA cycle, so plan, do, act, check, and you do the checking for us to see whether we can plan forward for the work and do revisement, so thank you. So I will go into the recommendations and put them on one to the plenary, whether we think it's fit to agree upon. So I first look in the first recommendation. So add the standards from lists A and B to the overall highest priority list. We have 4 suggestions on that. So it's the ML cadmium cereal grains, the COP ochratoxin A in coffee, the ML aflatoxin various cereal-based foods, and the COP PAH in smoked and dried foods. Are we in agreement to move these from list A, B, and B to the overall highest priority list? I can see we are in agreement. Then the recommendation from Canada is to add prioritization criteria, rationale, and other information to indicate indicated entries in the OHPL. Are we in agreement with this recommendation? Yes, we are. The third recommendation is track sampling plan re-evaluation in the overall highest priority list when relevant and new annex. Are we in agreement with this recommendation? Yes. Well, then for the more formal procedural wise is issue a circular letter in advance of CCCF18 and hold a virtual working group meeting in advance of CCCF19. Is everybody in agreement? Who would be against it? And then actually the last one, but then I'm also looking to New Zealand because we need to have confirmation on that part. New Zealand, would you be willing to chair next CCCF to review the methylmercury ML in tuna and associated sampling plan?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we are willing, depending on the agenda for next year for CCF, the overall agenda.
Yes, but that will be then in any other business, so we can see whether it can sit in, but you are willing.
Sorry, can I ask something?
Yeah, you can.
We had a really good co-chair.
I think the co-chair is now blushing.
Yes, we can help out with that.
They eagerly accepted that one.
We didn't really think this one through very well, I guess.
Well, raising the issue is getting it better also, but well, you are accepted as a co-chair.
Oh, wonderful.
Wonderful.
Yeah, if it's approved as new work.
So I will conclude. Oh, sorry.
If I may, just before you conclude, Madam Chair, so I did want to as well draw attention to agenda item 18, which is the analysis of occurrence data of aflatoxins in cereal. Originally, we thought 19 was going to come after 18, but it didn't really work out that way, so I'll mention it now. This is on our list B. So it is something that could be potentially added to the OHPL. And since the goal of all this is to see whether or not there is sufficient new information to proceed to reevaluation of the standard, this seems like an interesting opportunity. We are proposing maybe a bit of a different approach in that possibly a member country might decide to crunch the numbers and see if potentially there is grounds with this new occurrence data to come up with a new ML, and then we could decide if that work item could proceed. And no, we are not volunteering.
No, I wasn't asking you, but it's a good proposal, and we will take it up on item number 18.
Okay.
So this proposal will be shifted to item under 18, and I will have some eyes on you all to see whether somebody would like to pick it up. Okay, thank you for your comment, and it will be noted also in the report, and we take it up in item number 18. So then I will go ahead with the conclusion. CCCF agrees to add standards from list A and B to the overall highest priority list, add prioritization criteria, rationale, and other information to indicated entries in the OHPL, track sampling plan re-evaluation in OHPL when relevant and new annex, issue a circular letter in advance of CCCF18, reconvene the working group chaired by Canada as needed, and have new work started, provided that the agenda allows, on methylmercury ML in tuna and associated sampling plan chaired by New Zealand. And co-chaired by Canada. Oh, I nearly forgot that one. We are in agreement. Okay. Thank you very much, Canada. This work is much appreciated and really needed for us. So we then continue to go to the next item that is actually the side event session. And for this, the head table will be shifted. So we have 5 minutes break to have the shift done. And I would like to welcome you back within 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
A good afternoon to all of you. We would like to continue with our insight session. Very exciting topic. Thank you. Could the doors be closed, please? Yes, we are online. This session will take around 1 hour, 1 hour 15, and we will have our coffee break with refreshments, some snacks and coffee at around 4:15, and that will be the end of today's session. Before I announce to start, I want to make a remark. It was not foreseen to have the interpretation, but they will be there for us. But it might be that there might be some still changes or some terms that they need to think about. So please be patient with the translators, but we're very happy to have them. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Raj. Please go ahead with your session and enjoy all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Raj Rajasekar. I'm from New Zealand. I work at the Ministry for Primary Industries. And in my previous role, I was one of the vice chairs of the Codex Alimentarius Commission until late last year. Today, it is my great pleasure and honor to be moderating this panel discussion, which is a side event on environment inhibitors and its role in food systems transformation. Let me begin by introducing the eminent panel that we have before you. I think you will know all of them, but for the formality, I would just like to start off by introducing the panel members from on my right. We have starting with Jean-Nicolas, who is the head delegate for the New Zealand delegation for the Contaminants Committee. Next to her is Nick Fletcher from Food Standards Australia and New Zealand, who brings a lot of expertise across a range of committees, and he's also a member of JECFA. On my left, we have Marcus Lipp from FAO and Moez Sana, both of you know very well. And at the far end, we have Frans Verstraete from the European Commission, DG Sante. At the moment, we are still waiting for Professor Yong-Ning Wu, who is also part of the panel. At the moment, maybe we have some misunderstanding in terms of the time. So hopefully he will join us as we go forward in the time that we have. I will start off by giving a very brief comment on the rationale and the relevance of this discussion. Professor Yong-Ning Wu is just joining us, so give him a minute to come on to the top table, and then I'll continue my introduction and scene setting before we get into the discussion. Thank you, Dr. Just to continue the introduction, Professor Yong-Ning Wu, Chief Scientist from China Center for Food Safety, and he is also the Vice President of the China Food Safety Risk Assessment. So welcome, Professor Yong-Ning Wu. Now, the subject of environment inhibitors has been a topic of considerable interest across various jurisdictions around the world. As we all know, there has been quite a lot of emphasis and initiatives around food systems transformation, promoting more sustainable farming systems, and dealing with some of the environmental challenges arising from food and agricultural production. There is, of course, also the broader imperative arising from food security and the need to produce more food more efficiently for an ever-growing population around the world. So that's the broad context, and the particular role and interest in raising this issue and raising its awareness in Codex is because it is Codex that members rely on for providing any food safety guidance that might be needed to facilitate confident uptake and use of environment inhibitors. One brief comment, this session is very much an information session. There are no specific food safety items on the agenda for this committee. It's more a continuation of the efforts that New Zealand has been championing, in particular given our strong interest in promoting more sustainable farming systems It is a great pleasure and opportunity to take this meeting to provide a chance to explain some of the context, some of the issues related to environment inhibitors, and how we address these questions, both from a policy and from a standards development perspective. There are multiple dimensions, and in the time that we have, we are hoping to start off with a brief introduction from FAO, which published a landmark study some 18 months ago as part of their Foresight initiative, which addresses the food safety implications arising from environment inhibitors in agri-food systems. And Marcus Lipp will provide an overview and some of the policy issues that have been canvassed in that study. And I also want to recognize the WHO's very close interest and support for this whole issue from a food safety, overall global food safety interest perspective. And we will hear from our national experts on their perspectives and some of the issues. Some of the key things we're going to be talking about is what are the compounds of interest? What are some of the data issues related to these compounds? What are the evolving regulatory landscape in the area with regard to environment inhibitors? And we will hopefully also have some time for exploring some of the specifics around risk assessment of these compounds, which is again an interesting in the context of the way these compounds have been historically regulated. So I will stop with that and start the discussions going. Hopefully we will have some time at the end of these formal interventions from the panelists for some questions from the floor. I know this is a topic of some interest across various jurisdictions, so we'll be very keen to have the opportunity to interact with the floor as well. So it's very much an informal session, and we hope you can provide your thoughts and feedback as well. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Marcus to start the ball rolling. Marcus, the floor is yours.
And thank you very much, Raj. A wonderful good afternoon to all of you. So yes, 10 minutes of general introduction. So Raj was kind enough to mention the report that we published at FAO. It was within our Foresight program. And it essentially came up, of course, we knew about New Zealand's efforts here at the committee to find new risk assessments approaches or guidance for risk assessment for those substances triggered by the DCD event some 10, 15 years ago, where some small amounts of unknown chemicals were found in milk powder, which then triggered trade disruptions for no good reason, as we learned afterwards, because there was no public health impact, but still trade was disrupted, and that's highly unfortunate. So when we thought about, okay, in our Foresight program, so what could be coming up? Of course, sustainability is one of the topics that everybody keeps talking about, improved sustainability in agriculture. So we started to look again into environmental inhibitors. And let me just start off with, I find the word choice to call them environmental inhibitors, although we do that as well, rather unfortunate. It typically needs to be explained. It's not intuitive for people to know what it is. And also why it should inhibit the environment is also maybe less well thought out sales pitch for the use of those substances. Be that as it may, we'll stick with it for now, unless we find something better. So there are essentially two main groups. There might be more, but two main groups that we have described in our report. The one is the methanogenesis inhibitors. Sorry, difficult word. So disrupting the generation of methane, typically in the rumen of animals, so lowering the amount of methane emission from animals. And the other one is limiting the amount of nitrogen loss in the soil. Those are the two classical applications. There is a whole range of chemicals that can be used. There's 4, 5, 6 different pathways for each of those effects that can be pursued, and there is a number of substances that are being used, being it anthropogenic substances, i.e. Human-made substances, or being it naturally occurring substances like seaweed or seaweed extracts and things like this that all work well to a certain extent. Now, all of them, most of them, leave some residues somewhere, or can leave residues somewhere, low amounts typically, still they're there. So how do we know whether they are safe or not safe, or whether they cause any food safety issues or not? Good questions. I don't think we have a consistent answer. The expectations are that there is no major effect on food safety. However, having said that, there's not a really large amount of data available for many of those, and some of them are just more experimental and less commercial in use. It's a very dynamic area because there's a number of countries that look into that, of course, the use of these environmental inhibitors to meet their SDG goals while maintaining agricultural production, particularly meat generation or meat production. So yeah, you know that all. So again, the report is out there for a year or two and goes through all the details. In the meanwhile, we are following up, thanks to the support of New Zealand, with another report that we hope to be able to publish this year that would provide more detail regarding risk assessment, food safety risk assessment, what is the process. So that gets us a little closer to the work of the committee here. And so if we're thinking about environmental inhibitors, as I said, confusion will often descend on people. What is that? What are you talking about? These kind of things. And if we look at the discussions in Codex Alimentarius in general, there's also confusion. Is it now a topic for CCPR? Is it a topic for CCR-VDF? Is it a topic for Contaminants Committee? Because ultimately, maybe these residues are contaminants. Some countries treat them as contaminants. Other countries treat certain substances as a pesticide or anything else. Feed additive, there is many, many different regulatory approaches that are being used, all for good reasons, all very consistent within national regulatory programs. Stepping one step back, looking at this from a Codex perspective, that makes our life here, or your life as members of Codex committees, rather difficult, because which committee would you then send this to? Feed additives, pesticide residues, vet drugs, and how would we ensure consistent approaches across all those committees? I think these are interesting questions. I'm not sure we have a good answer for them at the moment. What is maybe much more important is that all these regulatory definitions, veterinary drugs, pesticide, just a normal contaminant, come with huge implication regarding data submissions, right? There is regulated schemes within each national regulatory system. What data packages are necessary for a veterinary drug? What data packages are necessary for a pesticide review? Now, that makes it very, very difficult for companies to operate in that sphere, or for countries to promote the use of a certain substance if then the applications, or to obtain essentially Codex standards and national standards everywhere that would permit the use, or that would permit the importation of those products that may have some residues, if they have to follow all kinds of different regulatory standards. That is highly non-conducive to trade, that is highly non-conducive to a structured discussion even, and a general exchange of how do we evaluate the safety. Now, the good part is, it's actually not that difficult to do safety assessment, food safety risk assessments for these substances. We have all the things in place, we have all the tools in place, we know how to do food safety risk assessment, we know often the metabolism of those substances or their fate in the environment if they're not used at an animal. And there's often some data available in terms of human impact and also other consequences of the use of such substances. So to actually perform a food safety risk assessment would not be technically, scientifically, would not be the highest problem. The regulatory aspect is a much higher hurdle to clear, because all these approaches are different depending on whether it's a pesticide, whether it's a veterinary drug, whether it's a contaminant, whether it's a feed additive. All the assumptions, regulatory assumptions, will be different, or many of them will at least be different. And that would make then the use of these substances almost prohibitive. So there is a unique opportunity for Codex in general, and also CCCF, to develop a more comprehensive, a more unified approach of how we could, at a global scale, look at these substances and decide upon which risk assessments or which approaches, risk assessment approaches, and which data requirements would be actually applicable or would be appropriate for the global community, for Codex. That level of standardization does not exist, so you don't even have to look at each other or at your own national legislation, because it's such a vastly or quickly developing sphere. Often also promoted by industry players, it has to be said, that are not that fully familiar with all the regulatory systems, like a big company that producing vet drugs or pesticides or both already is. So we have different players, we have different schemata at work already, but one thing is for certain, we actually would know how to do the food safety risk assessment. You would know how to set maximum limits, evaluating the different advantages and disadvantages that come with the application of those products. Nothing is different there from your normal work. Nothing would be that different for, let's say, CHECFA or FAO WHO scientific advice program in general. So we can do it. Will it be accepted then on the international arena is the big question. What would be acceptable to you? What would be helpful to you? What would be helpful then to ensure a higher degree of international harmonization, or at least comparable approaches, a more structured approach, a more unified approach if we're really lucky. So this is the topic of today, and this is essentially the reason for our engagement in this work with environmental inhibitors, because we saw that need emerging, or that potential need emerging, that we wanted to highlight, that there is possibly a need, but certainly an opportunity to, as Codex Alimentarius Commission, to take the initiative, to take the leadership, to develop a globally more structured approach that would then facilitate the food safety risk assessments, or, well, they are fairly easy, but the acceptance of food safety risks assessment, and potentially the use of those substances in a way that will facilitate then sustainability gains and reduce nitrogen losses, reduce methane emissions, and there might be in the future other benefits that can be realized by the use of what we still call environmental inhibitors. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll give it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus, for that very useful sort of a summary of the key elements that you have covered as part of the foresight study. As I mentioned, it was a very important and landmark study, and was more than timely against the background of increasing global recognition and interest around use of environmental inhibitors. You touched in your final comments about what is the role of Codex, and one of the reasons why we are having these information sessions, not just in this committee, but prior to this in the Pesticide Residues Committee, the Veterinary Drugs Committee, has been largely to sensitize and bring the wider Codex membership aware and interested in the relevance of this topic, which is only going to increase as more and more countries are seeking to find a way forward to address the climate change impact on agriculture and promote more sustainable farming systems, while also ensuring that in the process they address the food safety. So WHO and FAO together have a very important role through their risk assessment responsibilities. Before I get into some of the specifics, and you've already touched on some of the intricacies around the risk assessment and some of the questions, and I'm hoping that we will have the time to cover at least some of these questions on that. But before I do open the floor, I just want to invite Moez Sana from the WHO to offer any WHO perspectives and your interest around this topic. Moez, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Raj. Yeah, you are talking about the name inhibitor, but there is one very easy name, emission-reducing compounds. It's very clear, but we need to change the name quickly, not wait until it will be used by all. It's confounding. Now, from a WHO perspective, we are not working on this subject for the moment, but in general, the topic of environmental inhibitors or emission-reducing compounds are timely and highly relevant when you are looking at all the climate action, sustainability, and food system transformation. From WHO, we continue to work with FAO to provide risk assessment. As Marcus said, the safety assessment or risk assessment, we know how to do it for different compounds, for different contaminants. So the methodology and different tools are available. However, what you say that those substances may fall between very established regulatory silos, like pesticide, like veterinary drugs, feed additives. But thinking about what we need for risk assessment, safety assessment, what we need is, in general, very general toxicological profiles to be able to provide ADI. We need to anticipate emerging exposures. We need to make it very transparent and trustable by all the stakeholders. I think with all the new production system, novel foods, novel compound to reduce the emission, we need to be more creative in the future and not continue to work in silos. This is the pesticides, this is veterinary drugs, because at the end of the day, we need to provide the expert bodies certain flexibility for the moment, because technology in one side about novel foods, new products is evolving quickly. On the other hand, the way and the tools that we have to assess the risk for the consumer are evolving. So we cannot continue to provide those risk assessment policy in very strict way. It is important that we provide not guidelines, but guidance to expert bodies and rely on them on how to assess the safety of certain compounds. And for that, I think that we need to be more open and not rely only on the classical way to do risk assessment, animal testing. There's new approaches that can be used. And we see with the new approach that they are not in the regulation currently. And majority of regulators, if they don't have animal tests, for example, they will not be comfortable with the evaluation. So I think in the future, we need to think about this way of making this safety assessment flexible. And if you are going through all the available evidence on the toxicology and all the available evidence on the exposure, you will end up with the general guidance of chemical risk assessment to provide a safety assessment. But still now we are waiting, the industry on one hand are waiting what will be the way, how you will do the risk assessment, so they are not generating the data. for those novel foods, it will be very interesting that we start with the showcase that we here, because we are more in research and development, to show with certain showcase with the one who are developing. They are not a big company. They don't have all the resources. So with the public-private partnership, we can develop research and show how to evaluate the safety of those compounds. Thank you.
Thank you, Moez, for those complementary perspectives on the risk assessment and some of the issues related. And that takes us on very logically to consideration of some of the specifics. As I mentioned, in the time available, we are hoping to have a brief presentation or comments from our national experts on compounds of interest and some of the evolving regulatory approaches. Many of these compounds have been traditionally outside of national regulatory oversight, but they are more and more jurisdictions are bringing them within that, and we will have some perspectives from New Zealand, China, and European Commission as well. So that would be useful. And then we are hoping that we will also get some perspectives on some of the data issues related to this. And I do want to pick up during the discussions on a little bit more consideration of some of the intricacies around risk assessment of these compounds. Again, noting the fact that these compounds have been traditionally outside the risk assessment framework. And I would also hopefully like to get a brief perspective from the experts on the table here on some of the risk communication challenges. Many of you will have followed the incidents late last year in Europe, arising from use of Bovaer in a methane inhibiting compound, and some of the risk communication issues arising from that. So the importance of risk communication, and again, the importance of standards is going to be important. So with that, I'm going to start with Jean-Nicolas from New Zealand to provide a brief comment on compounds of interest from New Zealand, and also a brief description of our legislative framework around environmental inhibitors. Jean, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Raj. So for New Zealand, one of the compounds of interest in the environmental inhibitors is bromoform. At the Committee for Residues and Vet Drugs in October, the Codex Committee in October last year, New Zealand proposed the inclusion of the vet drug bromoform in a priority list for JECFA to evaluate. And in New Zealand, environmental inhibitors will need a registration similar to pesticides or vet meds. A risk assessment will be completed by two independent bodies, including the Ministry for Primary Industries and the EPA. Similar to your other safety assessment, it will need the data to ensure safe use. So, for example, bromoform is intended to be registered in New Zealand and other countries. Shall I also cover the data requirements now immediately? Yep. Okay. So, for example, earlier discussed, the data requirements to environmental inhibitors will be quite similar to what is currently needed for a pesticide or a vet med. It will be the relevant data on toxicology, metabolism, pharmacokinetics, residue depletion studies. In New Zealand, under the ACVM Act, there's a risk assessment required for human health, but also for the animal welfare and market access and for biosecurity. However, exemptions could occur if no residues, so it's not that stringent, if no residues are occur, then an exemption can be requested. And I think I will leave it to that for now.
Thank you, Jean, for those quick comments on the evolving New Zealand regulatory environment. I think the key point to note is that we had, at the last meeting of the Veterinary Drugs Committee, submitted bromoform for inclusion in the JECFA priority list. It's a methane inhibiting compound, but it's just a reflection, again, of the interest that is starting to emerge to use the Codex for standards development and guidance. I'd now like to invite Nick Fletcher from Food Standards Australia, New Zealand. I'm aware that Australia, like New Zealand, has a very significant livestock economy, and they have a growing interest, as I understand it, around environmental issues. So if you could provide a brief description of your interest and any comments around compounds of interest and your regulatory approach. Nick, your floor is yours.
Thank you, Raj. Australia doesn't currently have any specific legislation for environmental inhibitors, but we consider that those compounds are likely to be covered or managed through existing legislation for agricultural and veterinary chemicals. I note Marcus's point in particular around the importance of definitions and appropriate nomenclature and categorization for these chemicals, because that will ultimately dictate their regulatory pathway and predictability for industry in terms of where they're going to make applications. Our current position on that is that many of the chemicals that are being described as environmental inhibitors wouldn't necessarily meet the definition of a contaminant on the basis that they're being deliberately added. And as such, in Australia at least, on that basis, they wouldn't have a relevant food standard. So the standard that, if it were to be a food standard, it would be considered as a contaminant. I also agree very much with Marcus and Moaz in terms of the risk assessment requirements. I think whenever you look at a new technology or set of compounds, it's wise to ask yourself what is new or what is novel associated with those compounds. And in the case of what we've seen so far for environmental inhibitors in a toxicological sense, we would say not much. And as such, the existing risk assessment procedures and practices and paradigm would seem perfectly appropriate to manage any risks associated with environmental inhibitors, noting that there's still some discussion around which regulatory pathway they would go through. Probably the most significant question that we would have in terms of risk assessment at the moment for a number of these compounds, which may be metabolized to normal dietary constituents, and for which there may be no residues found in the food, is what sort of abbreviated approach you would use in that case. Again, we consider that that would be likely to be dictated somewhat by the regulatory pathway through which it goes. I'll leave it there. Thank you. Raj?
Thank you, Nick, for those perspectives. Again, I think you've touched on a few issues which we will hopefully cover when we come to the risk assessment side. But the key point there is that there is opportunity from hearing from the evolving regulatory interests around various jurisdictions of the opportunities for collaboration during the formative stages and sharing of experience, and how we can, through that process, promote a more consistent approach at the international level. So I'd now like to invite Professor Yong-Ning Wu, who has been a very close collaborator for New Zealand in some of our previous initiatives around pesticide residues at veterinary drugs committees. So it is my great privilege to invite Professor Yong-Ning Wu to give China's perspectives, in particular on compounds of interest and how you have approached regulation and risk assessment of these compounds. The floor is yours, Professor Wu.
Thanks, Chair. region, and China originally no concept for the environment and habitat. So originally we are not regulated as the environment and habitat, and just China have the a special issue, just management events. After that, we are paying much attention nitrogen-rich compounds, and also we have noted the New Zealand DCD events, and that was intentional compounds, contaminant from the fertilizer additives. And in China, then we are most have identified to be used feed additives or the fertilizer additives. Now in China, we are just these areas. We come to emerging contaminant to the National Action Plan on the new pollutant. Then that we make the just after the FAO milestone publication on the food safety implication from the use of the environment and habitat in agri-food system. This book, China have the inventation of the potential EDI. Generally speak, most have the methanogens inhibit or the nitrogen fertilizer capping. In the methanogen inhibit, we quite find some chlorine phenol, for example, the D24 DCP, 246 TCP, or the PCP compounds, and also some border repellents pesticides, and we are also to identify some use as the veterinary drug or the feed additives, for example, methionine and methylsalicylate and so on, and also have some other compounds, for example, isophenol. This may be just used as the pesticides, use the veterinary drug or the feed additives. But and we also to notice some feed cap, for example, uracil inhibitor, for example, MBTP and PPD, some and some mitigation for nitric oxide emission lost. For example, I have mentioned for DCD. These the compounds we should have regulated. In China, originally they are regulated or pre-market by the feed additives and the feed additives. And, but you see if the fertilizer additives, then they can make a transfer into the environment. That was the new contaminant or new pollutant. In China, we are, as the world's largest producer of agricultural compounds, we eating quite a lot of the rice and nitrogen fertilizer, and we eating quite a lot of the beef, mountain, and drink the milk because of the huge population. So we are paying attention mainly livestock, and that was the challenge. And China have adopt a series strategy policies to the mitigation this emission while promoting substantial agriculture control to the China agriculture greenhouse gases. We have the implementation plan for this agriculture and rural issue on the carbon and also methanol emission control action plan. So that means we are pay attention as new compounds. And if for the risk assessment, we are needed toxicological data from the acute, subclinic, and clinical testing and ADME. We need health-based reference value, and also we need what contaminants never occurring state. And so we need the national food contamination monitoring, and even for the tax exposement with the Chinese total data studies. And so in China, then we have the food consumption data, and we need more data for the toxinology, even for the application for fertilizer additives or feed additives. Even the pesticides and the venereal drug, they have the document on that, but not enough. Have the health visit, and also we need the opportunity to the cooperation, the improve that for the monitoring, for the carryover from feed and food. And we should have the list to do the Chinese total diet, even get by monitoring. And we need the work together. Work together, that means balance innovation, regulation, and substantiation for the environment in habitat use. And as analytic detection must become more and more sensitivity. So identify trace residues in food products is easy. And this may be the highlight or the propaganda, the risk concern or the hazard concern. That means we should face the challenge and to do the risk assessment. That means we need international cooperation. International cooperation, that we need the harmonized global effect, science-based policy, and we need established MIL or ML if for the fertilizer additives, then the environmental transfer, maybe our contaminant committee, CCCF, should consent that when, and then we need cooperation on this issue. Only one country cannot do everything, but international cooperation is more than one. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wu, for that very useful perspectives on your own national approaches. But you have brought out some important issues, in particular the need for international collaboration during these formative stages when countries are all starting to apply more rigorous risk assessment principles to regulation and approval of these compounds. And those, in fact, are critical to enabling countries to confidently start facilitating uptake and use of these compounds to address some of these broader imperatives. But last but not least, I'd like to invite Franz Verstraete from the European Commission to bring out some of the European approaches to regulation. I know they have had a long history, particularly with the feed additive side of things, but I'd be interested to hear how you address both the feed additives as well as the other side of the equation, which is the pesticide regulation. So, Franz, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Rai, for giving me the floor. So, in the EU, indeed, the methane-reducing compounds, I will already use the new word, are regulated when they are used in feed. They are regulated under the feed additive regulation. And we have already back in 2021 authorized the 3-nitrooxypropanol, the 3-NOP, or also known as, under his commercial name Bovar, as indeed a zootechnical additive that is used to favorably affect the environment, meaning indeed reducing the methane emissions from the livestock. There was reference that there was some concern, but I'm not aware of this concern because, of course, to be authorized as a feed additive in the EU, it has to follow an EFSA risk assessment. And within this EFSA risk assessment, they look at the efficiency of indeed the feed additive. They look also at the tolerance that animals have following the use of the feed additive. But they also, and more importantly here for this committee, they look also at the safety for the consumer. And they have assessed that. And of course, this 3-NOP has a health-based guidance value of 1 milligram per kilogram body weight. And indeed, possible residues in food of animal origin of this compound resulted in an exposure of more than 3 orders of magnitudes below the health-based guidance value. So for that reason, we did not need to set any MRL because we do not expect any health concern as regards the use of this 3-NOP as a methane inhibitor. The reference was also made to bromoform. Bromoform, we have not yet authorized this as in the EU. Also, I think based upon what I know, also this would have to be authorized as a feed additive. However, we did have, I would say, other discussions related to that, because in the EU we have also indeed, well, in the regulation on feed additives, on feed regulations, we have also feed materials. And within the feed materials we have seaweed, which is used as feed material. And there has been a bit of a discussion as regards the use of, for instance, red seaweed, Asparagopsis, which in fact contains a high level of bromoform and indeed reduces also the methane emissions. And the question is, to which extent is such a feed material, seaweed, still to be considered as a feed material, given that it has some zootechnical effects, reducing the methane emissions. So this is under discussion to see where draw the line between the use as a feed material or the need to authorize as a feed additive. Another aspect which has been mentioned in the report that already Marcus mentioned from the FAO is in fact the use of ionophores in ruminant feed, which also generally reduce methane production in ruminants, but there the use of ionophores, feed additives as antibiotic growth promoters is in the EU prohibited already since 2003 and will not be reauthorized for methane reducing effects. So that is for us, as in the EU, a no-go. So as regards then the other aspect, the use of indeed denitrification compounds or urease inhibitors, which are blocking the formation from ammonium to nitrate and indeed slower down the release of nitrate into the environment. In the EU, we regulate these under our fertilization regulation. So it's the 2009. And in fact, of course, there is a small safety assessment, mainly an environmental assessment. As regards, in fact, the consumer safety aspect, that would be related to eventually residues coming from, indeed, the use of a fertilizer into the crops. And that would then be to be regulated in the EU under the contaminant legislation. For the time being, we have not yet come across such a case. We do indeed promote the use of these denitrification compounds because indeed you can see that they are considered as indeed the best environmental practices. So they are explicitly mentioned as best environmental management practices in livestock. Because it's mainly for grass and so on. Important is that, for instance, we know that there has been more than 10 years ago a big issue, that's also the initiator of dicyandiamide, which was used as an denitrification inhibitor in fertilizer, and which had indeed some, I would say, some residues in milk, and that has indeed created some trade problems. I was also then in the European Commission, and I was also asked the question, is that an issue for the EU, this DCD in milk? And I could, without even a risk assessment, say no. And the reason was that because we have in our food contact materials legislation a specific migration limit of 60 milligram per kilogram food as already authorized since 2010 or even before. And so the residues found in milk of DCD were much lower than the 60 milligram that we authorize as a specific migration limit. So for us, that was not an issue. Of course, there could be other compounds that are being identified. And of course, if we indeed identify such compounds in the crops, we would indeed look into that from a contaminant point of view. And if needed, we would do indeed a risk assessment and then set appropriate maximum levels. Like we do, we know, for instance, that cadmium in crops can also be related to the presence of cadmium in phosphate fertilizers. So that is a bit linked to that. So finally, also, well, I also would highlight the work that we have done here in the CCCF back in 2018, 2019, on working out, because of course these issues coming up, and then of course there is no immediate risk assessment necessarily available, how to deal with that in a quick way. And so we did work out and had a discussion as regards indeed the guidelines for rapid risk analysis following substances of detection of contaminants in food where there is no regulatory levels, and that was also related to the findings of DCD in foods of animal origin. And with that, I think I have covered most points that I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Frans. It's very useful to get the European regulatory perspectives and the distinction between the way you regulate feed additives and some of the nitrification compounds. And it's also useful to get your comments on your risk assessment of DCD, which was in many ways the starting point for our international interventions and discussions in Codex. I'm just conscious of the time. We've got about 15 minutes left, and I do want to allow a little bit time for any feedback from the floor. Part of the initiative is intended to provoke a bit of a discussion. But one of the key things I want to explore is this evolving thinking around risk assessment. Marcus mentioned earlier that historically these compounds have not been subject to any formal risk assessment. In fact, they've been subject to very light regulation, as I often characterize them, and are only just starting to be picked up. And one of the drivers for this, of course, is the increasing sensitivity of tests and the prospect of detecting ever lower levels of substances, and the absence of some sort of a regulatory framework or certainty through international standards or guidance. We always run the risk of, particularly for trading countries like New Zealand, of potential technical barriers at the border. So that again is a rationale for raising this topic and finding some multilateral approaches to promoting more harmonized approach to risk assessment. And at this point, I would like to perhaps very quickly start the ball rolling with Marcus, and then a quick comment from one or two other experts on the top table on your thinking around how you see the risk assessment challenge here, and any particular thoughts you may have on how we might shape this conversation going forward.
Yeah, thank you. I think for me, one of the key points, or maybe the most critical part, is that we start a conversation, that we start a discussion that raises awareness of these substances and the use of these substances. That will take away the surprise factor that somebody comes again and said, oh my God, they're using this and that substance and there's now residues. Like Franz made a couple of good examples and there were others. We have already a lot of data, right? We have already, many of the residues may be found in food packaging material, maybe somewhere else. It's not a surprise. And we have all the tools that we essentially need to do food safety risk assessment, particularly if we look at, also from Franz's example, the 3-NOP, if you have these huge differences between safety margins and actually exposure that is 3 orders of magnitudes lower. There are instruments that we already use in the food additives arena, for example, for the use of flavorings. So substances that are used in very small amounts, for which a lot of in silico or in computer analysis, if you want, there are decision trees that provide the necessary safety margins that can do safety assessments in silico, so to speak. These tools are all available. They have not traditionally been used here in CCCF, but we use them elsewhere. So we have the tools that we need, I believe. We have, we can do food safety risk assessment. The question is, can we agree on how to think about it, how to talk about that, and then have a unified voice if and when the media dig up the next issue around one of these detects that will then undoubtedly alarm consumers, and we as regulators need a unified voice back and say, here is what we know. It's not a problem. We knew it, and it's all good. So anyway, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Marcus, you've really touched on the fact that there's already experience around multiple fora on how we approach some of the risk assessment issues and how can we bring some of those approaches together to help us move forward, particularly with regard to environment inhibitors. I'd just like to turn to my right and ask if there are any particular comments either Nick or Professor Yongningwu or Jean would like to make on this particular question of risk assessment.
Okay, thank you. And for the risk assessment, we need first international cooperation. And secondly, each national committee should do the identity the hazard concern. After that, just we need to do the risk assessment, especially for the diet exposure. And after that, we should compare with the health-based value to the evaluation the risk. If have the high risk, then we should make the regulation. That means for the Codex, for the each national, for the standard committee should make action. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick, do you have any comments to make on this issue at this point, or?
Look, as I mentioned before, I think we have the tools that we need in terms of risk assessment. I think it's great if we can leverage assessments internationally for these types of materials, whether that be through JECFA or JMPR. But I think what is important probably is that industry don't outpace regulators in that regard and use compounds for which have not gone through pathways for pre-approval. So no, I'm entirely confident in the risk analysis framework that we have. I think probably the issue that we've seen with some of these is there's been some historical use for which regulators then need to backpedal a little bit and work out post hoc whether there might be any risks associated with their use.
Thank you, Nick. Any quick comments from John at the end there? No? Okay. All right. That's been very useful. I think, again, I would want to reinforce the fact that there are multiple initiatives. France touched on the work that this committee did many years ago, which recognized the fact that there were a whole lot of substances for which Codex does not necessarily establish a limit or a tolerance level. And included among them in that document included process-based contaminants, substances that migrate from packaging, and also environment inhibitors. And that was an important sort of a document that provided a risk-based approach to addressing these compounds. So I think the key point, which other experts have also highlighted, is the fact that we do have various documents in Codex which provide very useful guidance. And as Marcus mentioned, we have now been working with FAO to provide a more definitive guidance on how the risk assessment paradigm might be applied to address environment inhibitors more specifically. Because one of the things I found in my discussions in multiple fora was the fact that because these compounds have not been subject to traditional risk assessment, there has been perhaps a view that, technically these compounds should be no different from any other compounds that Codex has had to deal with. And that is one approach. But we felt it is probably useful for the future to have more definitive sort of thinking on an elaboration of the principles. It's been a very useful sort of a presentation from my perspective of the key elements that are driving this whole interest around environment inhibitors, the broader global drivers arising from climate change, and some of the the more specific imperatives from farming systems and the technology, the rapidly evolving compounds that are old. Some of them are old. For example, DCD has been around for quite a long time. In fact, it has gone off patent, and that therein lies some of the challenges in terms of data generation and things like that. Other compounds are more recent, and there are some exciting developments coming in that direction. All of them point to the growing interest and recognition that collectively governments around the world are having to address and look at technologies that will deliver some of these broader outcomes. And to do that, addressing the food safety and dealing with some of the food risk communication issues is going to be important. I think the key point on risk communication is that it is through sound regulatory oversight and approvals processes and transparency that we can generate the necessary public confidence. So having, again, access to sound regulation at the national level and leveraging the international organizations such as Codex to provide the necessary confidence is a critical global priority from that perspective. I don't know if you wish to make any comments, either of you, on the risk communication side, Moez or Marcus?
Well, I can only emphasize that risk communication can never be overdone, number one. And number two, we need to have a better approach than always talking about science.
Yeah.
Food is very emotional, it's very cultural, deep connections with all of us. If we only talk about science, we will not reach actually consumers as much as we would need to. Thank you.
Yeah, just to, at the end of the day, we need to decide, is it a contaminant or residues? And if it is contaminant, we know how to do it, how to do risk assessment, and how to communicate. And if there are residues as well, we have the tools. So I think is to decide and start doing some of the risk assessment. And once we have the first risk assessment, it will be interesting to see the relevance of having maximum level of MRLs for trade perspective. Yeah.
Thank you, Moez. Any last words from Frans or Nick?
Well, for us, okay, and as I said, in fact, for risk assessment, well, If it is to be authorized as a feed additive, then automatically there is a risk assessment, and it includes also always the consumer safety aspect. If it is indeed related to the use in fertilizer, there, of course, we have to see once indeed there are residues from these denitrification inhibitors, if indeed there are residues in the crops. And if there are residues, then I think we have to see at what levels. And for instance, with the TTC approach, you can quickly identify if there is a potential risk or not, and if you need to further risk assessment or further data for indeed having a comprehensive risk assessment, yes or no. For instance, that we have the same approach, it's not new, like in the EU for alternaria toxins, where we have the 4 toxins, alternariol monomethylator, tentoxin, and the other one, tinoazonic acid. And EFSA has said, well, they looked at the TTC and they looked only at the first 3. There could be a potential risk for human health, and there is further risk assessment and further toxicity data necessary. For tentoxin, they said, based upon the TTC approach, there is no risk, risk at all, and there is also no need for further toxicity data. So, and that could also be done with certain residues of such inhibitor compounds. Thank you.
Any final thoughts from Nick on the risk communication particularly?
I think a couple of points were raised earlier in terms of the utility of environmental inhibitors for regulatory purposes, the use of the term itself. I'm not sure that it's particularly useful. I think I've also made reference to the term synthetic and natural. Again, I don't think they're related to hazard and not particularly useful to risk assessment. So framing what we call these compounds and whether you call them feed additives or fertilizers may be sufficient rather than inventing a term based on their technological function. I would like to thank New Zealand and the FAO for promoting this work. I think that really helps in terms of promoting awareness and understanding, and looking at the FAO document describing the nature of the risk, but also the nature of the benefits and the uncertainties that we currently face in terms of regulating those compounds. Having said that, it's not only up to FAO and Codex and WHO to communicate the risks associated with these products, or again the benefits. That role falls to governments, national governments as well. The industry that want to use the products, consumers and consumer organisations, and also the media. So I think these types of activities are particularly useful when we're in terms of being open and transparent and sharing information with our colleagues on approaches in the way that we deal with new technologies or new substances. So thank you again, and I'm very pleased to participate, Raj.
Thank you, Nick. Luca, would you be able to give us 5 minutes so that I might just invite members from the floor for if there are any comments or questions, if that's okay with you? Thank you. Thank you. I don't want to close the meeting without just giving the opportunity to members from the floor if there are anyone wish to make any quick comments before I sum up the discussions and close this side event. Are there any comments from anyone from the floor? Jamaica?
Okay, yes. This was a very enlightening session, but I just wanted to find out from China in particular, are they doing food safety risk assessment for all these pesticides and veterinary drugs that seem to be flooding developing countries, because the dossiers don't seem to have that kind of information. And, you know, how do they intend to treat with? Because we really get a lot of those chemicals, whether by way of veterinary drugs or pesticides. How is it being treated?
Actually, if you just use the pesticides or veterinary drug, then just follow the regulation in China, then we have the regulation on the pesticides, regulation on the veterinary drug, and also we set up the maximum limits for that. Before that, we initiated to the risk assessment for that, but in this committee, we are paying attention contaminants. Contaminants may be the fertilized, then they get the environmental transfer to the food. Then we need another concern just as contaminants. That was another issue. If just pesticides or the veterinary drug, just follow the resolution. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the response, Professor Wu. Any other comments? If not, I would just like to perhaps once again thank you all for being part of this side event. So personally, it has been a very useful discussion. This topic is, as I mentioned at the beginning, a very important issue going forward for more and more countries as they seek to promote more sustainable farming systems and look at new technologies to address any potential implications for food safety and so on. And Codex has a very important role in this area. I think the discussions today reinforce the growing technological developments, the emergence of new compounds, but also interest in old compounds. Some of the issues arising from advances in detection, the evolving regulatory framework, and that presents a significant opportunity for all of us to see where there might be opportunities for us to promote a more harmonized approach to regulation. And likewise, the present perspectives from FAO and WHO highlighted the very important role that FAO and WHO play in promoting a systematic approach to risk assessment, and through that, ensuring both food safety and public confidence in the robustness of regulatory approaches. And I think the key thing is that Codex has a very clear role. The question is how we use the appropriate fora in Codex to address specific issues, whether it might be establishment of specific maximum limits or developing specific guidance by way of risk assessment, so on. So there's already work that has been done, but there's also opportunities for us to build on that. So personally, I have found this event very, very interesting, and I hope you have all too. I would like to simply close by thanking all the panel members for their very valuable insights and contribution. I would also like to conclude by thanking Netherlands for supporting the holding of this side event, and of course the Codex Secretariat for their collaboration. And thanks also to the interpreters for contributing to this discussion. I know we didn't have any formal notes for them to draw on, but I hope you have not found the interpretation task too challenging. If not, we're sorry if that's the case. Once again, thank you so much for all of your time and for your attendance at this side event. I would now like to simply close by thanking you all and the panelists again for participation in this. Thank you again.
So, thank you. Thank you, New Zealand, for hosting this side event and all the preparation work, and the interpreters as well. So this was the final session for today. Now you can enjoy your break and your free evening. There's nothing scheduled for this evening, so enjoy it very much. We would like to see you tomorrow back at 9 o'clock here in the plenary hall. So enjoy your evening. Thank you very much.